call the regular meeting of the Comfort Lake Forest Lake Watershed District to order. We have many more visitors than we normally have, so welcome. Glad to see you here. Please remember to sign up at the sign-up sheet to my left, your right, against this wall, so that we have a record of who attended. And because we have some interesting topics tonight, it's a full agenda, and we're usually pretty informal, but tonight we're going to run a little bit more formally so that we can make sure that everyone is heard. Board included, please just address the chair and the audience when you'd like to speak, and that way you will be noted in the record as well. The audience members must give your full name and your address so that we have that for our record as well. So with that, it is time to set the meeting agenda. And I don't believe we have any additions, Mike. I'm going to add under number 5 that we have a special presentation tonight. And so we will be handling that. It's not on the agenda. And with that, I'm ready for a motion to accept.
I'll move we accept the agenda with the addition.
I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next is our consent agenda, and the regular board meetings from the December 13th meeting are here. I have one correction. I verified it with Manager Moe, and on page 3, our engineer is introducing this concept of having the larger buffer along the lake. On this permit we were looking at, it was actually Manager Moe, and so I'd like to see that alteration made.
I know I was the one that originally brought it up.
Yes.
But
Yeah.
to find some kind of resolution.
Yeah,
But-
you were, and that's what I remembered as well. A motion to accept,
I move to
minutes.
accept the change as mentioned.
okay? What wasn't mentioned on the consent agenda is the Citizens Advisory Committee minutes from January 8th, and so I would ask that those be accepted.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. Okay, thank you.
Is that part of the consent agenda?
No, it is not.
Oh, okay.
So that's a separate item.
So we
Madam
need a-
Is there a
President,
motion? Yes.
who seconded the minutes?
I did.
Wayne.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion.
To accept the CAC minutes?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next is the advisory committee update,
The open forum.
and who would like to give that? Yes.
Open forum.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, the open forum. I think most of you are here for the Comfort Lake presentation, but if there's anyone here that would like to address the board on an item that's not on the agenda, this is your time. Okay. Seeing none, I will close the open forum. And we're now ready for the Citizens Advisory Committee update.
All right. Madam President, managers, the CAC last met on the 8th. They talked about several items of note that have been talked about in the past. The two that I'd like to highlight is the Watershed Champion Award. And I would like to note that while the notes from the CAC meeting say we do not have any nominations, as of today we have 2, so that's great. And a reminder, the nominations for that are due the end of March. So if any of the managers or any of the public here would like to nominate someone for the Watershed Champion Award, that is when we would like to see those come in. The other item I will note is the Adopt a Drain program that the CAC is interested in and would like to help the district get off the ground. More information on that will be coming from MREP, hopefully in the next month or so.
Okay.
And then the last item I will talk on is the election of a new chairperson. As the board knows, Jerry Grutner is stepping down as chair, and the January meeting was his last as chair of the CAC. They did not choose to elect another chairperson at this last January meeting, but rather tabled it until February.
Okay. The board would like to recognize Jerry's contributions, and so I'm going to read a letter from the board, and then after that, we would like to meet the whole board. We'll meet with Jerry in front of the dais here. Jessica would like to take some photographs. Embarrassment time. Dear Jerry, on behalf of the Comfort Lake Forest Lake Watershed District Board, please accept our sincere appreciation for serving as chair of our Citizens Advisory Committee for the past 40 months. Other than the first 3 years of the watershed in 1999 through 2002, there's not been a busier or more important time in our district's history for our citizens advisors as we move full swing into our project and program development phase. We have been very fortunate to have someone as skilled as you volunteer to serve our watershed community. You have done so with grace, humor, and always with a deep sense of commitment to our mission of restoring and maintaining clean water for all of our citizens. It has been a pleasure to serve with you these past 3.5 years. We especially want to commend you for your many hours of additional time spent with our staff in controlling and nearly eliminating flowering rush in Forest Lake. The innovative treatment you helped with is now a model for other watershed districts and other water organizations in our joint efforts to control and eliminate aquatic invasive species in Minnesota water bodies. We look forward to working with you and the Forest Lake Association in the future and wish you continued success and satisfaction in your other volunteer duties. With much appreciation, the Comfort Lake Forest Lake Watershed District. Now, if you will join us, please. All of us.
You bet, Jerry.
With you and a Jerry, of course.
Sure.
I'm a smiley guy.
Jerry, we have for you a certificate of appreciation
Thank you.
and suitable for framing.
Yes.
Copy of the letter, of course, and then a thank you from all of us.
Oh, wonderful.
The board. So
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Jack.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Wayne. Thank you. John, thanks.
Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Perfect, there we go.
How's that?
Wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Okay, next is new business. First item is Claros Technologies presentation.
Madam President, managers, we have John Brighton's. He's the lead scientist with Claro Technologies, and we have a short presentation. You may recall at the last board meeting, I introduced some of the work that they're doing and discussed in the initial meeting that we had. Since then, several of their staff met with myself and a couple of our engineers to look at some sites and also consider this as a future technology for the purpose of phosphorus removal, not only within the Comfort Lake, Forest Lake, but also at a much broader level. So, thank you, John.
Thanks, Mike. Can everyone hear me okay? Yeah. Perfect. So as Mike said, I'm the lead scientist of Claros Technologies. My name is John Brock-Reitens. Claros Technologies is a new startup coming out of the University of Minnesota with the mission to use the latest advancements in science and engineering to develop solutions for natural resources. The reason I highlight science and engineering is that we are a research-based company. We are a science-based company. That means, you will see a lot of graphs in this presentation. B, that means we are looking for evidence-based solutions. We want solutions that will work and solutions that we can monitor, track, and eventually prove that they will work, especially in field conditions. This might be old news for a lot of you attending this meeting, but phosphorus presents many issues in freshwater systems. Phosphorus is a main driver of eutrophication and of algae blooms. And as algae grows, it can deplete oxygen in water to the tune of killing off fishing industries and resulting in tourism losses to the tune of $38 million a year and tourism losses in $47 million. Additionally, phosphorus is a limited mined resource, and the global demand for phosphorus is projected to increase for anywhere from 50 to 100% by 2050. So phosphorus is entering into our lake water, it's entering into our rivers and into the ocean, and what we really need to do is we need to find a way to capture it, harvest it, and recover it. Current technologies suffer from various limitations. Those technologies include chemical precipitation, ion exchange, biological methods, and absorption. The main limitation is that they have low removal capacity. What this means is that they don't take out very much, and they don't do it very quickly. They're also dependent on various medium conditions, such as pH, dissolved oxygen, things like that. They have high capital investments, and they take up a large footprint. Furthermore, no technology has reached the ability to remove phosphorus down below 10 parts per billion. The reason that value is important is because 10 parts per billion is the level needed to stimulate algae growth in a lake water. So at Claros, we develop novel solutions, and one of our solutions is using nanotechnology to capture phosphorus. The photos that I'm showing here are two different formulated sorbents. We take materials and we are able to use our patented process to grow nanoparticles on them. On the left, you will see a granular sorbent material, and on the right, you will see a porous foam support. Why do we use nanotechnology? So nanoparticles are things that are very, 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 very small. For some perspective, your fingernail is 100,000 nanometers thick, and your fingernails also grow 1 nanometer every second. Why do we want to use these? Because they are very small. They're also very reactive. So if you look on the picture on the right, we have millions of these tiny particles embedded within this material. Each one of these particles can capture an atom of phosphorus. That means that we can capture a lot of phosphorus very quickly and ultimately in a very small footprint, which I will demonstrate throughout the course of this talk. One of the first limitations of some of the conventional technologies that I mentioned is that they are not able to operate very quickly. Here we show a graph that we can achieve over 99%, 94% capture of our phosphorus in a few seconds. And we can also remove phosphorus to undetectable levels, also within a few seconds. I should note that this is all dissolved phosphorus. We are just targeting dissolved orthophosphate. And what does this mean in a field application? That means we can put our solution into the field and only have short residence times. It means we do not need to have a lot of flow control. It means we do not have a lot of backlog and a lot of stoppage of flow, which is very important for lands next to residences that we don't want to flood.
Would you just define for the audience dissolved phosphorus? What
Yes.
that means?
So phosphorus exists in various forms in the environment. You have solid-bound phosphorus, and the solid-bound phosphorus is phosphorus that is attached to sediment particles, sand, things like that. These sediments will travel through ditches and ultimately into the lakes. But the best way of getting rid of sediment-bound phosphorus is to just remove the solids. So any sort of management practice like a wetland will remove that solid-bound phosphorus. However, the dissolved phosphorus is phosphorus that is not attached to these sediments. It is released from these sediments, and it is free to move in the water. So it is much more mobile, and it's also much harder to get at with conventional management practices. Thank you for the question. Mm-hmm. The other large advantage of our technology is the loading capacity. So loading capacity we define as the amount of phosphorus that can be captured per milligram of our sorbent material. So we report a loading capacity of above or near 700 milligrams of phosphorus per gram. To put that in perspective, that's loading capacity is 10 times higher, with current formulations up to 30 times higher than conventional materials that are used right now to capture phosphorus. Again, what does this mean for a field application? This means that we can capture a lot of phosphorus in a very small area. Next, here is a graph showing some of the samples that we procured from a local lake in St. Paul, where we are based. And what you can see here is we see common nutrients found in lake waters, boron, calcium, potassium, other things like that. And on the far right-hand side, we don't see a red bar because we have captured all of the phosphorus. We've brought the phosphorus down to undetectable levels without taking out some of these essential nutrients from the water. This shows that we are selective towards phosphorus and that the water quality will not be compromised by the addition of our sorbent. And this is a proof of concept. We have 2 vials here. One vial, we added 1.5 milligrams per liter of phosphorus. We added phosphorus to both of these vials. We treated one of them, and then we cultured a strain of algae in them. And so as you can see, the water that has been treated with our sorbent material, there's not enough phosphorus left to grow that algae, as compared to our untreated vial on the right, which has a live culture in it. So we're here today, we met with Mike and Megan to establish a partnership with Forest Lake. And the shared objective between Forest Lake and Claros is to obtain data and demonstrate the effectiveness of the material. We're not here to sell you anything. We are a very new startup company, and we really want to, A, have an impact in our community, B, we want to demonstrate that we can apply these sorbents in the field. We've worked with some industrial partners in stormwater and in chemical manufacturing, but we really want to know if we can apply this in a field scenario outside in the nitty-gritty. And the main objective is our new technology. We want to benefit Forest Lake by putting in, having superior removal compared to what the watershed uses right now, and with a smaller footprint and a lower cost. So just touching on our first proposed project site. Our first proposed project site is an area off of Hayward Avenue. There is a small drainage ditch that goes directly into Forest Lake and a culvert that goes under Hayward Avenue. We estimate that we need about 1/2 cubic yard to put into this culvert in order to capture all of the dissolved phosphorus. These estimates were made from data provided by Megan from EOR. And so what we anticipate, about 1/2 cubic yard is about, I imagine the whole system would be about the size of a refrigerator. And so putting in a system like that into these culverts is key. Mike was very helpful in identifying some of these areas for us, looking at areas that had relatively intermediate flows, but also areas that did not have a lot of sediments in the water. That is one of the biggest drawbacks of our material. When you put in a filter material, you do not want it to be clogged with sediments. So this area, as well as the other proposed site, is at the end of a wetland. So we believe that the wetland will remove a lot of the solid fraction from the water and that we can successfully deploy our material in this area. Furthermore, because of the low footprint, we should be able to utilize all lands on the easements. Now, we should not have to intrude on any private property. Next, the next proposed site is along the Sunrise River. This is a culvert that goes under a regional bike trail and under Highway 61. We estimate that we need about 1 cubic yard, so about a refrigerator and a half for this entire system. And we need that to remove all of the dissolved phosphorus that is found based on data from 2016 provided by Megan. So the purpose of this presentation was to introduce ourselves to the community, introduce ourselves to the board, and we would like this partnership to continue, especially with Mike and his team. And we will continue to optimize design and design the implementation systems and evaluate total project costs from not just from a material standpoint, but from an engineering and monitoring side as well. And upon finalization of the project plan, we will be back to talk to the board, and we'd like to continue a relationship both with the district and with the community. And at the same time, we will be using our updated figures and updated cost estimates to apply for external funding. We've identified 2 sources from the Legislative Commission and another source from the Pollution Control Agency. And we will keep an eye out for other sources as they come along that we can apply in conjunction with the watershed district. Thank you. I would like to take this time to acknowledge some of the other workers in the laboratory at the University of Minnesota who contributed to this research, namely Fatma Haidari and Jack Anderson. And with that, I will take any questions from the board and from the community. Thank you.
I think before we do that, if Mike, maybe you can just talk a little bit on page 2 about the 2 sites and the phosphorus that we're expecting to see captured on both sites. And then just clarify on the Sunrise River project site, is that the ditch that comes out from Himes Lake, or is that the one coming out of the city of Forest Lake?
Madam President, managers. Yes, so the 2 sites, what we were looking for was ideally, first of all, an area that's already under some sort of public control, either within a right-of-way or otherwise. So we were trying to look at that, and then in addition to the monitoring data that we have of areas of interest for the district based on our diagnostic monitoring over the last several years. And so we looked at several sites in person, so, and of course, John and his team would have a better idea as to what would be the potential better application. But Dr. Funke had provided a lot of the flow data along with the concentration, which was important to understand, like what would be some optimal things for field deployment of this technology. So that was how we came to the Hayward Avenue site, just sort of given the drainage area. For the other site, as noted, Sunrise River, that is the drainage area from Bixby Park. And then that culvert there is between the bike trail, well, there's a road there, and then the bike trail, and then Highway 61. So what we would propose is the public right-of-way area between the road and the bike trail. And again, part of it is then that we can deploy from the right-of-ways or the access, and that would be fairly easy to monitor and also make sure that there's not anything maybe obstructing or being able to get in and clean if we have to. But a lot of those questions still have to be figured out on the design side.
Mm-hmm. And then just to call out for the audience, the Hayward Avenue site contributes 50 pounds of dissolved phosphorus in summer months to Forest Lake. And the site along the Sunrise going to Comfort, the range is estimated 500 to 900 pounds per year. And so this installation is estimated to absorb 500 pounds at the low end. So that's very significant. 1 pound of phosphorus generates, is it 500 pounds of algae? Yeah, so it's really significant. Very exciting.
Thank you.
There's also a note on page 3 that I'll just call everyone's attention to, that Claros and Comfort Lake Watershed, Forest Lake Watershed District will work with our staff engineers and apply for grants from 2 grant sources in 2019. So that is always a good thing when you have collaborative partners. So that's exciting. Board? Steve?
Just out of curiosity, these seem like large opportunities for us. How come we haven't tackled them before? And if we were going to go after those, how would we do it? What kind of technology would we use? Iron filters, or is it in a situation where it's difficult for us to go after that phosphorus?
It's a combination. I mean, for the, I'll just go to the Bixby one because that's maybe a little bit easier. So we already have that system in place and that's removing a little over 200 pounds annually coming out of the Bixby Park system. But the overall load is so high, and there's just some limitations, the engineering limitations of the systems that currently are known and available to us within the cost-benefit range that the board has, by and large, directed staff to try to remain. So, I mean, being very cost-conscious, the projects that we've done today have largely been iron and hand sand filters, other excavation, or other things that get us within this very low range of $100 per pound of phosphorus or less. And so when we look at some of the other ones, I mean, the footprint for Hayward Avenue would likely have to then engage with private landowners, easement, acquisition of one sort or the other, and a much larger both engineering and design system. So this is very promising, but obviously a lot of details from an engineering side. It does also have some limitations, as John had noted, with respect to the sediment and other media that could potentially, other debris that could clog the media. But I think that we could look at some pretreatment for some sites, and depending on the early work that we do here, I would maybe even consider bringing a third site back to the board if we felt it was favorable enough. So given, that would increase both the confidence level of the outcome of the data that we would be looking to obtain, but then also just take advantage of what appears to be a very good system for us to consider in the future for more sites.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
How are you able to
Wayne?
extract the phosphorus back out of the material after it's absorbed?
Yeah, so we utilize a few different types of iron, and the binding of that iron, we can simply take out the material when we recover the material at the end of its lifetime. We can add another kind of compound that preferentially binds to our sorbent, so that will knock off the phosphorus. And so when we do that back in the lab, we can recover that dissolved phosphorus that comes off of our sorbent.
I just have
Yes, John?
If you could describe sort of what occurs when sedimentation gets into the system, I mean, how much of a problem is that? What can you do about it, if anything? You know, because we don't always know what's gonna happen with the projects that we do, and.
Right. I can start. So with, the filter relies on the contact between the water and the surface. So if you get a sediment layer around the filter and inside the pores, that absorption reaction will not take place.
Okay.
And so that will require a little bit of monitoring, and then, as Mike mentioned, some engineering controls to put in beforehand as some pretreatment to prevent that. And that's why we picked the sites that we did that are adjacent to or drained from wetland systems that will hopefully not have that high level of sedimentation.
Yeah, gotcha. Thanks.
Yes, Mike?
Managers, along that same line, so if we were to look at certain sites that historically had been using iron hand sand filters for benches, where there would be some settling, and then the water, once it got so high, would filter through those would be another application that we could I think, readily look at, because we would know those systems have similar limitations in terms of debris and other things that could crust it or otherwise. So I think that those are things that we would want to look at, especially maybe as a partnership with the city. If they're looking to redo some of their stormwater ponds, I know that they have, I think, 150 or 80 within the city, and many of them are, they've not been maintained. And so as they look to do that inventory work and prioritize it, I think it's something that we could consider for that as well, in select areas.
No? Okay.
Just to clarify,
Steve?
do we need grants to move forward, or how's this gonna move forward? I get the impression we're waiting for a grant before we move forward, or what's the next step, I guess?
Madam President, managers.
Yes, Mike.
So the way that I think that we've talked about it is that we wanted to at least begin spending time, both staff, engineering, with them to develop some of the engineering sites, look at the flow more closely, do the grant applications, and then the LCCMR one, that's pretty encouraging from the standpoint that just looking at their historical record of what they've approved, but also they give us really good feedback after the initial application that's submitted, within the next, then they do a final application shortly thereafter. So we'll know pretty early on, I think, what its likelihood is. And then it's a matter of then scaling. So with that, then that's why John had mentioned is that we would look to come back with another presentation to the board, and I think with more final numbers. And then, you know, if they are as favorable as we are thinking they will be, as I noted earlier, we may want to come back with a third site, independent of whether there's grant funds or not. But again, I think it's been our process that when we have good projects, we know that we'll score well with the people that have grant funds to distribute. You know, we'll go after them, and we've been very successful in our grant rating techniques. So, because we have all the data to support it, that's the biggest thing, as well as doing the cost-benefit analysis that goes along with that request.
Should we reword this proposed motion then to be a preliminary engineering study?
Guess it could be.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fine.
I think that would fit better, and then by that time, you'll know whether you have grants or whether, will that be available before it's time to put this in the ground?
Yeah,
Okay,
the deadlines are in the next month or so, which is why we wanted to come
Sure.
to this board meeting, and so we can get started applying for some of these grants.
So just to clarify, Deanna, you're asking to spend $35,000 of our money?
Correct.
Correct. So, and then what's the cost, what's being contributed by the university, by the company, by Claro? Are you providing the materials, for example?
Yeah, we'll be providing materials and then working with Mike and his team to build some sort of housing system to put them
Or
in.
are we buying the materials, or are they providing them non-gratis, gratis to us?
Well, I think it's going to be a part of the system, so I don't know if that's sort of detailed out, but I think it's really part of what we're getting in terms of our service will be including, they have an interest in finding a field site, so to what extent of their internal financial costs compared to what they're requesting, I guess that would be proprietary to them. I'm not sure that, given that
Yeah,
they have not found, or they have not attempted to do this in the field anywhere else, it would be to their advantage to work favorably with us, so I don't know if it's just the engineering or the materials or how, there's no breakout, but I think that from a preliminary standpoint, this seems pretty favorable.
Why I ask is that normally this is a classic field test of an unproven material. So usually when you go into a field test, the supplier provides the material free, and then we provide the support and so forth from our side. That's why I just asked, that's why I was wondering whether we're paying for the material or whether it's being provided free from the company.
yeah, I can take that back to some of our financial people. We can look at maybe doing that, and then however that would shake out in terms of costs with the engineering controls, we can put that in there. In terms of grant funding, we would probably include our portion into a grant funding
Correct. I think
application.
that would be a different situation.
Right.
There's a big risk here on both parts, and of course, you're gonna learn quite a bit, we're gonna learn quite a bit also, but
Right.
it's still, it should be a cost share on both sides, I think, is what I'm
Yeah.
getting at.
Yeah.
Correct, and I think that from the standpoint that, I mean, this authorizes us to also, I don't know, have EOR spend time on it. And I do not see this as a blank check. I mean, we've asked them for some pretty specific details of what this is gonna look like going forward. And then also, we would anticipate that we'll have some similar dialogue and communication through the execution of the agreement of the proposed work. So that would get into the details, I think, that you're asking for at that point. So, but this was a real short turnaround. We only met last Friday,
Last Friday, yeah.
right, at the sites, and so, but we definitely wanted to get the concurrence from the board for us to move forward developing the necessary engineering understanding and sites to go forward, both with the grant applications, but also, you know, what it would take for us to get something in the ground. Start communicating with the entities that have the property, that own it, the right-of-ways and stuff, and then see if we have to come back to identify a different site or not as well, so.
Okay, Mr. Holtman, you had your hand up?
Madam Chair, board members, I'm still seeking a little bit of clarity in what the action is. To my reading, the proposed motion in the memorandum would be to authorize $35,000 for the performance of the study itself. But I'm hearing that part of it is going to be to apply for grants, which presumably would defray that cost. And I'm wondering if the request now would be authorization to develop the design and work plan, to apply for grants, and to speak with the owners of the right-of-way, bring that all back to the board, and at that time present a proposal for what the cost would be, net of any grants that may be granted. So I'm just trying to bring clarity, and I'm wondering if that's where we are at this point.
Well, that was my thought, is that we do a preliminary engineering report pursuant to the outline by Claros Technologies in the attached project proposal for field testing of a new phosphorus removal technology in the Comfort Lake Forest Lake watershed, and then end the sentence there. Because we're authorizing, there's still unanswered questions, and that will come out through the preliminary engineering report, and then you come back to the board with that report. So, do we need to keep the, this is a question for you, Mr. Holtman, do we need to keep in the language to work with council to prepare and execute an agreement for the preliminary engineering?
Well,
At this stage?
Again, I don't understand that that's where we are.
Okay,
I think the board would want to authorize the administrator to apply for grants alone or in conjunction.
but they can't do that without the
Claros.
engineering report, correct?
And also to work to develop the plans and the design and the work plan, both for grant applications and to bring back to the board.
Right, and that's correct. So our intent is to come back, and that's what we stated earlier to the board. And I guess we could limit the initial dollar amount and then work on bringing back this more refined proposal. And whether or not we're question at the end of the meeting is whether or not we would have try to have a second meeting in February based on manager's schedule. Otherwise, it's the end of February and the grant application is due March 15th. So we would that's why we're trying to move things along here in terms of our understanding based on what we know and what opportunities lie ahead. Also, we would want to try to get then, if we were going to do one independent of a grant at one site, we would try to get that number more refined and so we can get it in for the season. So that would be forthcoming as well, separately.
Okay, so from your perspective, is this a work plan that you would come back with, or a work plan and a preliminary engineering report?
I think it'd be more the engineering preliminary report,
Okay,
because that's really probably what's needed at this point.
okay. And we can do that without council, because it's not a formal agreement, I would imagine. So if the motion's changed then, that the board delegates authority to the district administrator to work with Claros Technology per the outline presented for field testing of a new phosphorus removal technology in the Comfort Lake Forest Lake Watershed District, and to pursue grant opportunities with a cost not to exceed $5,000. That should cover the initial work that needs to be done. Is that satisfactory?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, and Mike?
Yes.
Okay, all right, that's a motion.
You are?
I'll
Is that
make that
right?
motion.
I'll second.
Any further discussion?
Okay.
Mr. Holtman?
Madam Chair, again, just to clarify, the not to exceed $5,000, is that authorization of staff expenses, or is there going to be some agreement to compensate Claros for this initial period of work?
I would imagine that there's going to be some costs involved in getting this report together. And so if we're going to move forward to get to the grant stage, we have to have some engineering reports and we have to have a work plan. And so that's where we're at. We're authorizing the administrator to work with Claros to develop those two things. And so this money would be coming out of our either budgeted line items at the administrator's direction or out of reserve. And I think that we have adequate dollars in our budgeted areas for research to handle this. So that's, I think, our intention. Board? You agree? All right. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very exciting technology. Next on the agenda is Blue Water Science Reports and Presentation. We have Steve McComas here to present our annual reports. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Board and everyone else. I was here tonight to talk about our mostly aquatic plant work that we did over the last summer. So kind of the idea is that we're looking at these four lakes and then the projects associated with those lakes. First up would be Keewatin. We went out earlier this summer with staff from the district office and did a meandering survey around the entire lake, Keewatin, to look for any invasive aquatic plants or zebra mussels if they were to show up. The good news is that we did not find any Eurasian milfoil, starry stonewort, or zebra mussels around that, in that meander survey. We did find a lot of nice and robust growth of native aquatic plants. We have a whole variety of species, anywhere from 15 to 20 species growing in some very good clear water, and actually those plants help to keep the water clear. So the good news is that no AIS were detected. There might be some curly leaf early in the year, but I think in the long term that has not been a real serious problem up to this point. So moving on to Bone Lake, we did an early season curly leaf delineation where again we go around the entire lake shoreline to look for curly leaf pondweed, and then we mark it on a GPS system every point that we, not only that we sample, but also if we are to find curly leaf pondweed. We did find some curly leaf pondweed on May 8th in Bone Lake, but what happened is that it was either in small patches and it was not going to be, we determined or predicted that it would not be a problem by the end of the growing season. And so we went back out in June, early June, which is kind of the prime growing season, the prime growing time for curly leaf pondweed. And sure enough, there might have been some spot treatments, but all in all, you can see that all the black dots on that map indicate no curly leaf pondweed. Those are our sample sites. We did find some curly leaf up in the north end and a little bit on the south end, but mostly in small patches and not necessarily in long continuous beds. So it looks like curly leaf was somewhat subdued in Bone Lake this year. Well, when we did our early June curly leaf assessment, we were also looking at an Eurasian water milfoil delineation. And again, the dots on that map for June for Eurasian water milfoil, the green dots represent light growth, yellow dots are moderate growth, and red dots are heavy growth. There was some milfoil in the north end and in the south end of Bone Lake, not much milfoil along the sides. So we looked at that and kind of determined that again, milfoil in Bone Lake seems to grow up in a patch here and there, but not necessarily in a long continuous bed. So with that, we didn't really recommend any milfoil treatment in Bone Lake, although it is still present, but not really spreading. Milfoil has been in Bone Lake since 2006. And so it's had plenty of time to make its way around the lake. And it's only growing in sporadic areas and spots. And here is what we have found, and kind of when we combine all the milfoil from moderate to heavy growth from 2015, 16, 17, and 18, 4 years, we put all those points on the map. So the yellow points represent moderate growth and the red points represent heavy growth. You can see that the pattern is developing. We have a lot of growth in the north end and in the south end, and there is some along the sides, but it's not necessarily abundant nor a recreational navigational problem. So those are the areas that we keep on checking primarily in the future as well. So kind of a quick summary for Bone Lake. The curly pondweed, the CLP, it does vary from year to year. Some years it's going to be worse than other years. This last year it wasn't too bad. Eurasian water milfoil, the EWM, it's has the heaviest growth in the north and the south ends. And when we want to try to control Eurasian water milfoil, a lot of times there is some limitations. We don't want to treat milfoil that's right next to the lilies. So that does, to a degree, affect some of our potential herbicide applications for controlling some of the heavier growth of milfoil. Although it is distributed around the lake, again, it's relatively light growth on the sides of the lake for Bone Lake. Well, also what we did this last year, every 5 years, to keep the permit process going and keep it functioning easily, we should do a point intercept survey, which is a pretty intensive survey. You can see all those black dots on the map. Those are all grid points. They're 100 meters apart. And we will check every one of those points to look for aquatic plants. So what this map represents are all the native plants combined with the Eurasian water milfoil that we found in 2018. Roughly, the plants are growing out to water depths about 7 or 8 feet. So it's somewhat light limited. And because the lake drops off pretty fast, you can see that a lot of the plant growth that we found in 2018 is relegated mostly to the near shore areas. Rarely are we going out more than 100, 150 feet from shore, because then it drops off and it's too deep. So the good news is that there are some aquatic native plants that kind of surround the lake. One thing that we could work on down the road is there's only 28% plant coverage is what we estimated. And a good rule of thumb is if you can get 40% plant coverage or more, the plants kind of help to sustain clear water conditions. The one way we can get an increase in plant coverage is if the phosphorus goes down, algae growth is reduced, we get more sunlight penetration, we get plants growing out a little bit deeper. If we can get plants growing out to 8, 9, 10 feet, that probably would give us 40% coverage. And I think with projects in place, we have the Moody Lake work going on, which will reduce phosphorus coming in, and some other things. If we can reduce phosphorus, reduce the algae, improve clarity, when the plants kick in, they can help sustain clear water down the road. So that was the point intercept survey for Bone Lake. Next up is Comfort Lake. Comfort Lake, we've been tracking curly pondweed for a number of years. When we were out there in early May, which is kind of the start of where it's sprouting, I think we found curlyleaf at maybe 1 or 2 sites in the whole entire lake. Again, this is kind of a meander survey. All those black dots represent sample sites, but no curlyleaf pondweed. So the question was, do we miss it? Are we too early? But we predicted, based on other lakes in the area, that milfoil, if it was present, I mean, curly leaf, if it was present, should have been growing. So it looks like we thought it's not gonna be a problem, probably don't need herbicide treatment this year. And in fact, when we went back in June to look at what should be prime time, curly leaf was very reduced. And one of the reasons that might be reduced is that there could be, I think, over the years, lake residents have been doing some hand pulling as well, could very well be a factor to minimize any type of moderate to heavy growth of curly leaf pondweed. Well, at the same time, that last curly leaf assessment survey, we also did a Eurasian water milfoil delineation. The question being, where is milfoil growing around the lake? The yellow dots represent moderate growth, and the red dots are heavy growth, and the black dots are basically no milfoil growth. So what happened in June, milfoil was starting to grow. You can see it, there were some reds and there were some yellows, but the biggest growth were probably taken care of individually with spot treatments. The district was did not sponsor the wide scale or the large scale removal efforts. It was up to for spot treatments, and it looks like the spot treatments compared to kind of some hot June days really did limit long-term milfoil, or at least milfoil through the summer. I think it did come back again in August and September, but when we went out to do our milfoil assessment on July 9th, the milfoil was pretty much reduced. There were some patches, but the beds, these long continuous beds that could create navigation, recreational problems or nuisances were pretty rare. Well, one of the questions then comes up is, we do have milfoil growing in Comfort Lake, the north end and the south end, and it's even filling in on some of the sides now. Here is a hotspot map where we put all the milfoil that we found from 2015 through 18, put it on the map, and you can see that now the milfoil, since it first came in, first observed in 2014, is pretty much around the near shore perimeter of the lake. And there are some reds both north and south and a few on the sides. Well, the question is, I think, what's causing that and what's the long-term potential for growth in Comfort Lake with Eurasian water milfoil? So one of the things we did was look at the nitrogen factor. Nitrogen has been shown to be a real driver for milfoil growth. So when I put together a program in conjunction with the district to look at the water, the nitrogen in the water, the nitrogen in the lake sediments, and the nitrogen in Eurasian water milfoil tissue as well, to see, because we tease out maybe at the nitrogen factor. What I handed in earlier before the meeting was just a few pages of all the data. This is a draft of the tables. Since I handed that in, we have done some more analysis, but I'm kind of taking my time because there's a lot of research literature to look through and to kind of put together a story of what is causing the milfoil growth to grow where it is in Comfort Lake. Well, one of the things we're finding is that milfoil has the heaviest growth in 3 to 4 feet of water. And what happens is, a lot of times, for a plant to grow up 2 or 3 feet, if you're in 12 feet of water, that's not too much of a problem. But in our shallow areas, and our shallow nearshore areas around Comfort Lake, when milfoil is growing 3 or 4 feet tall, it's actually hitting the surface. So that's kind of where it's a problem. Now, what has happened back a decade or more ago, Dr. Don Less, University of Wisconsin, noticed that Eurasian water milfoil, he found with his research that there was a nitrogen threshold, that if the nitrogen in the sediments is over this threshold, it will produce this heavy, robust growth. If nitrogen, and there's always nitrogen to a degree in these sediments, but if nitrogen is low, it probably will still support milfoil growth, but not to the heavy, robust growth that we see in some cases. So that's what we were studying. The water coming in, could that be a source of nitrogen? Could the sediments be a source? And how was that affecting, and what were we seeing in the aquatic plant tissue itself? Well, the sediment, so we looked at all three factors. What we found is that the water coming in to Comfort Lake is relatively low in nitrogen. It's at ecoregion values. So that's good news. We did find in the plant tissue, as we might have expected, that where we saw the heaviest growth of milfoil, when we had that tissue analyzed, it had some of the heaviest nitrogen values and concentrations in the actual plant itself. However, the sediments, the nitrogen in the sediments was primarily low to moderate. And by that, that's what this map is showing over here. In 2014, we sampled about a dozen sites for nitrogen to do a suitability analysis, and we had a lot of greens and a couple yellows. When we redid some more sediment testing in this last summer, the results came back, and those are the 2018 results, I believe, are in our circles. The triangles are some of the others. But even when we resampled 4 or 5 years later, we're still finding some of the same things. Relatively low nitrogen in the sediments, low to moderate nitrogen. So the question is, we're getting some pretty significant growth. Look at the hotspot map on the left there, where milfoil is coming up with the reds and yellows, and then the sediment map, which has a lot of greens, which represent potential for late growth, and a few yellows. So why is milfoil, then are we seeing milfoil at some pretty thick beds in the nearshore area around the lake? I think we have some ideas. One is that although Dr. Don Less talked about this nitrogen threshold, he didn't know what that threshold was. But looking back at the data that I've accumulated over the last 20 years, that nitrogen threshold is about 10 parts per million in the lake sediments. And so we can kind of use that as a guide. Anything greater than 10 parts per million of nitrogen, we expect big growth. Less than that, we should get light to moderate growth. And what we're finding in the sediments is that a lot of our nitrogen is less than 5 parts per million or less. But here's what's happening. Because a lot of our plants are relegated to the nearshore area and 3 to 4 feet of water, what would typically be a light or moderate growth in a deeper lake, for example, White Bear Lake, we do delineations out there. In 12 feet of water, if milfoil is going up 3 or 4 feet, that's not nearly the problem as it is compared to a system where you're looking at milfoil growth in 3 or 4 feet of water, and the plant is 3 or 4 feet tall. It's hitting the surface. Now, and that's what that picture on the left shows in the nearshore areas. However, one of the things that we are finding is that as we've been looking at the Eurasian milfoil stems for year after year after year, most of these stems are single stemmed. They're not branching. And that's what that picture on the right-hand side shows. These are straight stems. What we do find is that when you have high nitrogen in the sediments, you get branching of the Eurasian milfoil, and a lot, like 9% of the stems are all branched, and when that occurs, you get this matting, which is a real thick mat, 1 to 2 feet thick, and that's where some real problems come. So it looks like the nitrogen in the sediments is low to moderate, and the growth theoretically is low to moderate. It's just that in shallow water, it comes out and it's exhibited now as being, it's a recreational and a navigational hindrance. So that's, I think, one of the findings coming out of this study. So kind of in summary for Comfort Lake, we have curly pondweed. It's present, but not taking over the lake. Milfoil also is present, and it is mixed in a lot with the lilies as well, like it is in Bone Lake. It's still expanding. Now, the long term, milfoil probably is not going to, if it doesn't appear that it's going to be able to branch and form these mats, it probably will hit the surface, so in a lot of years, depending on climatic factors. Well, going to the next lake, Forest Lake. Forest Lake does have a significant curlew population. In 2017, the map on the left, that shows the delineation and the treated areas in 2017. Over 160 acres were treated in 2017. We came out in 2018 and went around, did the meander survey around the entire lake and found that curly was way down in Forest Lake in 2018. And in fact, we only delineated 16 acres to really treat, and they were down pretty much in the third lake. You can see those treatment areas 1, 2, and 3. When we went back in June, we were a little bit nervous because what if we had missed the curleaf and it had actually just exploded all over the lake? It turns out that we probably didn't miss too much. The areas that were treated in the third lake had very good control. There was some curly leaf growth in the first lake, and in that first lake, there was pretty widely distributed, but at mostly light densities. So although it was present, it didn't seem to mat out like it would or like it has in years past. Here is a kind of a hotspot map for curly leaf in Forest Lake. This is 7 years of curly leaf treated areas all packed, all stacked on top of each other. And you can see when we do that, there are some hot spots that emerge. That third lake does have those areas that seem to produce heavy growth almost on an annual basis, as well as a couple areas in first and second lake as well. However, last year, the hot spots and the heavy growth only occurred in the third lake. So curly leaf was down last year. I don't suspect that's going to be a long-term trend, unfortunately. It probably is going to come back this year. Well, milfoil first showed up in Forest Lake in 2015, and the district was fairly aggressive and treated 30 acres right off the bat, most all in the first lake. So that first year came in, 30 acres were treated. In 2016, a number of acres were treated, but not as many. About 14 acres were treated, and we came back, did the assessment in late September. It looked like there was some milfoil still present, light growth, relegated to the first basin, that first lake. In 2017, we did an early delineation, found some milfoil, treated that about 10 acres, but by July, some more milfoil had come in, and that was treated as well in July. And by September, we did find some milfoil still present, but a relatively light growth. And I think the good news is that as of 2017, it was pretty much contained in that first basin and not really spread yet to the second or third basin to a great degree. A little bit of a couple patches in the second lake, but in 2018, we did not find milfoil at all in the second lake. In 2018, milfoil was expanding in that first lake. About 40 acres were treated, and this map here shows the assessment. After it was treated, those areas there that are circled up were areas that were treated earlier. We went back and checked in those areas. There wasn't 100% elimination of milfoil, but what the milfoil that was present there was mostly light growth with some moderate growth. One thing that we did find in September, there are some red dots up there in that northern part of the first basin. That came in later in the summer, and so milfoil is not done yet growing in or expanding in Forest Lake. We've been able to contain it though in the first basin. Here's a kind of a hotspot map for milfoil. We only have a few years, and we fortunately haven't had to treat that much, but you can see that there's some patterns forming up there on First Lake. Well, and here is when we have tested sediments in Forest Lake, there is potential for a lot of moderate growth in second and third basins if it does get down to that area of the lake. 2018 was also the time to do a point intercept survey. It was 5 years since the previous survey. There's some good news here that the point intercept survey, again, you can see the dots that were sampled, and the green, yellow, and red dots indicating either light or moderate or heavy growth. The number of species we found in 2013 was 17, same number in 2018, so we haven't lost any aquatic plants. And looking at the distribution of plants, we had 51% coverage in 2013, and we had 58% coverage in 2018. So it might have increased just a bit. However, one of the big differences between those two surveys is that in 2018, we had a lot more abundant growth. So although the distribution might not have increased dramatically, it looks like the abundance of the native plants especially has increased. The last topic here is flowering rush in Forest Lake, which has been a pretty good success story. We have a number of abundances in the lake. Sometimes it's just a small little patch, like we have on the left side. Other times we have more serious beds. We started in 2017. We took a pretty serious approach. We had 2 herbicide treatments. Treated 40 acres in August and then 31 acres in September, and had fairly good control after that. In 2017, see that was 2017. In 2017, what we did is the herbicide applicator, PLM, put together these areas to treat, and did, rather than doing spot treatments, did whole area treatments. And again, that was pretty successful. At the last delineation or assessment we did, we were down to 0.06 acres of flowering rush in the whole lake. In 2018, a little bit different approach. The applicator, PLM, wanted to do a pre-emergent application, which means that he was going to treat before any of the flowering rush came up. So what we did this year in 2018 is we did little itty bitty point intercept surveys, used a grid for all 13 of those treatment sites, and spacing was about 25 meters, so we could get good native plant coverage as well as the flowering rush coverage. So we did this pre-emergent point intercept survey in earlier in early June, and then or early July, and then July we had a treatment, and then we came back and checked, and what happened is that we found a number of spots of flowering rush, but in this second application, it was spot treated. About 4 acres were spot treated. When we got done with everything, at the end of the year, our final assessment is about a little more than a ½ acre. We were able to look at the native plant increases or decreases. A few plants decreased in distribution, but not eliminated, and several plants also increased. So, looking at the assessment at the end of the season, although we had 0.06 acres, that's about 2,700 square feet. We did have 108 sites of flowering rush. However, almost all those sites were, an example is shown there on the left-hand side. These patches are probably less than 5 feet by 5 feet. They are averaging about 25 square feet per site. That's very low density. It does not have an impact on navigation, and it does not appear to be spreading. It's pretty much in the same spots year after year. It is a perennial plant. And here is a bar graph showing decreases over the last few years. And hopefully in 2019 that model continues. It looks like there is good control at a reasonable rate. Zebra mussels are in both Forest Lake as well as Comfort Lake. In 2016, they had jumped on the aquatic plants. They're present in all 3 basins. In Comfort Lake, they're making their way, probably will make their way around. However, because of the algae conditions in Comfort Lake, they probably will not be as big of as high densities in Comfort Lake as compared to Forest Lake, where the algae is a little bit more edible and suitable for more rapid zebra mussel growth. At all our surveys, whether it was meander surveys or point intercept surveys, always on the lookout for starry stonewort. We have not found any starry stonewort in any of the lakes that we were working on. In other lakes I've been working on that have starry stonewort, if it does show up, I think we have some good protocols and some good methods for addressing those early infestations. So, just to kind of summarize, All these lakes have their special, unique features, makes them very interesting, makes them very beautiful. Even though we have AIS in a number of these lakes, we still have recreation opportunities. One of the biggest impacts of AIS right now is the economic impact from really trying to treat some of the heaviest, more nuisance growth. And the ongoing challenge is to manage AIS, protect the native plants, and do it in a cost-effective way. So with that, do we have time for any questions?
There's time for questions, yes, of course. I have a couple
Sure.
on each report.
Okay.
You know, because these are used by the public, one thing that struck me in all of them is that when you're referencing the elements in the lake, you and I talked about this before the meeting, but there's no layperson transformation from the element periodic table to actually what it is.
Sure.
So if you could make sure that that is referenced at least once in the body, that's what Mike recommended, and then other references can be that table, or provide some kind of a key so that people without that scientific background can understand it.
Sure.
And that's throughout all of them. But I'm starting with Keewatin. And just, again, as a format, all of our titles have AIS assessment, and this one says check. Sounds like a minor thing, but I don't think it is. I think that when you're doing an assessment, that means something. When you're doing a check, to me, that's much more casual. So I think our titles should be the same for all of our documents. And just some comments here. On page 1 of that Keewatin study, the second paragraph, it says, the second sentence, no native species were observed in the August survey, table 1. But when you go to page 3, it talks about purple loosestrife was observed on the shoreline. Now, that's not in the water, of course, but it is an invasive species.
Yes, it is, yeah.
And I think that, you know, we need to talk about that. There needs to be a recommendation from you scientists that go out in the field.
Okay.
But as a district, we need to pay attention to that as well. We don't want that spreading.
Sure.
And then on, yeah, that was it. I already mentioned that about the periodic elements. So I'm moving now to Bone Lake.
Sure.
Again, for consistency, the title should be Aquatic Plant Point Intercept Survey.
Okay.
I think what this is talking about. And then on the page I, it's the beginning appendices. You ended that by saying aquatic plants covered about 62 acres or 28% of the lake area. And there's no reference here that qualifies that. Is that good? Now, you mentioned it in your presentation that it's 40%. That does appear on page 7 of this report, but since this is the summary, I think that reference to what it should be is important.
Sure.
Because, you know, just reading this as a non-scientist, what does that mean? What does that 28% mean? Is that good, bad? And so I think just, again, making that reference appear more prominent in the summary would help.
Okay.
And then on page 7, the depth of the water is talked about here. And I think that's important. I didn't see that really in all of the other reports, but I think that's important. A lot of them talk about the near shoreline area, but there's not a reference. I think Comfort talks about it not having enough aquatic plants in deeper water. But in the ones that had the aquatic plant surveys, not all of them mentioned at the depth.
Okay.
So I think that is
We can do
something
that.
we need to do.
Yeah, as a good rule of thumb, plants grow out to about twice secchi disc depth,
Okay.
roughly, in midsummer secchi disc. So
In
that's
in a good environment.
in about any environment.
Environment, okay.
And that's why, you know, in Comfort Lake, we get plants out 7, 8 feet. In midsummer, we have about a 3 or 4 foot transparency. So that rule of thumb kind of holds up.
Okay.
And I'll put that in there.
Okay. And then Bone Lake, the curly leaf pondweed and Eurasian milfoil delineation report on page 6. The reference at the top was the milfoil growth was assessed on July 9th. The abundance decreased without a treatment application around much of Bone Lake. Did the Bone Lake Association do any treatments?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I think,
Yes,
I think
okay.
spot treatments were done, yes.
Okay, then I think we need to reference that. If we can get that information from the Bone Lake Association, it's important to add that treatment was done.
Yes, there were some spot treatments.
And they must have some record of what they did and how many acres they treated. So that would be important to include.
Sure.
And then on appendix 4, what struck me about this is the plants by depth. If I'm reading this correctly, Eurasian water milfoil is now the most abundant plant in Bone Lake.
Yep, late season, it probably is, yeah.
Okay. Shouldn't we be concerned about that?
Yeah, there is some concern. However, if Eurasian milfoil is growing at light densities, it's acting very much like a native plant. Even though it's an invasive species, it's not necessarily an invasive plant from the standpoint that it's taking over and excluding other plants. I don't think the Eurasian milfoil is crowding out native species, but it is suitable for producing a little bit more growth. And if it stays, you know, single-stemmed and does not create nuisance beds, it's probably not it doesn't have to really be treated or eliminated.
Okay, well, then I think some comment to that effect
Sure.
would be important, because that just really, really stood out to me, that we've got an invasive species taking over the first position in a lake. Yes, Mike?
Madam President, managers, Mr. McComas, you may recall just a few years ago that on Bone Lake, the assessment found hardly a single plant
Yeah.
1 year. I don't remember exactly which year. It might have been 2015. And we attributed that to a lot of the carp activity, of which has been greatly reduced. So, so to go along with the statement that Mr. McComas just made about, so while it's still, it is an invasive species, the fact that there's as much plant growth on the lake as there is encouraging from the standpoint that just a few years ago, the lake was almost absent of a lot of plant growth.
Well, one thing I've noticed, at least on my dock, or around my dock, I had some Eurasian milfoil earlier, but then the treatments took care of some of that, but then it did start coming back after a while, but I've noticed a lot more native plants around my dock. I've noticed some northern milfoil, and I don't think I've ever really seen that around my dock.
Right,
Right. So,
Well, I think that those kinds of statements are very important, when we get these reports, because qualifying what we're reading. I mean, the regurgitation of all the data is necessary, but putting it into context is very important. And if that's the case, of what you just said, that the milfoil is not good, but it's not harming, and that we are seeing native plant growth come
Yeah,
back.
right, good point.
Then I think that's something that we need to put in the report, again, to provide context.
And along those lines, for example, I think one way to look at Eurasian milfoil is that it is a non-native species. However, it is not always invasive from the standpoint that it just takes over and eliminates these other plants. To tell you the truth, native plants can be invasive to a degree. Coontail in some cases can be very invasive. So I think we should differentiate between native and non-native plants. And we can put the milfoil growth in some cases in the context of, in terms of how invasive it really is. So that's a good point. Can do that.
And I just have one other question.
Yeah. Wayne?
So last year, well, I noticed that all the curly leaf seemed to be down in all the lakes, right? But could that be attributed, last year we had pretty heavy snow, like on the lakes, right up until it was like boom, all of a sudden.
Right.
We got warm weather and everything warmed up real quick, but is, like on a year like this, if we don't get much more snow and it starts warming up, we could assume that curly leaf could be a problem this next
Yes.
year, right?
Yes, that's exactly right. On a regional scale, curleaf was down last year. Remember, we had May was one of the coldest Mays on record, and then June was one of the warmest months on record. So we went from winter right into summer. But that did seem to have and inhibit some curleaf growth in a number of lakes. You're right. Without the snow cover this year, if we get an early ice out, we would look for probably a bumper crop of curly leaf.
Okay, and then going to the Comfort Lake report. This is the curly leaf and Eurasian milfoil report. On page I, the very beginning. You mentioned this in your presentation. You talk about one or more factors might be limiting the growth of curly leaf, but they are unknown at this time. What we do know is that for the last 12-plus years, there has been a very aggressive curly leaf pondweed, curly leaf, pondweed education program, and also outreach to new residents. And so this has been going on for a long time. So that's a real success story that should be highlighted. We're going to come to the flowering rush, which is another success story. But this has certainly been one, and it's been consistent over the last number of years that it's been effective. On page 4, Roman numeral, still in that assessment area. You talked about this a little bit in the nitrogen report, but I'm going to come to that in a minute, but we don't have anything conclusive out of that first round of nitrogen study, but you're mentioning the low nitrogen in some areas, the high nitrogen is correlated with heavy milfoil growth. And then you go on to assume that this is coming from the runoff in plants, and plants are uptaking. So the runoff is coming in, plants are uptaking it right away, and so that's why we don't see that heavy nitrogen in the sediments. That's how I'm reading this paragraph. Okay. But I'm not certain that that's the conclusion. So this needs some clarification.
Sure.
And then again, how do we measure that? If that's what's happening, we have a huge influx of nitrogen. It's being taken up by the plants, especially the nitrogen plants like milfoil. Then how do we measure that?
Sure, we can do that. In a nutshell, what happens is that we do know now because of our testing that the nitrogen coming in is relatively low to, it's ecoregion values. However, and plants get almost all their nutrient requirements from the sediments. So the nitrogen in the lake, water column itself is not really, having much of an impact on milfoil. It's from the sediments, and we can tell that the plant certainly is taking up some of the nitrogen because we're finding it in the tissue itself.
But if we have a high level of sediment with nitrogen trapped in it, coming in every year, year over year over year, then you're going to have a continual problem.
Yep, you would, yep.
Okay, all right. Then on page 1 of the report, there's a statement at the bottom of the introduction paragraph that says that the a community assessment is going to be done later in the summer. And I didn't see that plant survey for all plants like I did in the other reports. So did that get missed or?
What was the
did-
date on, no, the overall plant assessment should have been done in July. Did we get, I don't have that right in front of me.
Well, I didn't see any statistics on Comfort Lake for that. Every other lake has that, but I didn't
Okay.
see that for
We
Comfort.
can do that.
Okay.
Because we did go out there and do an assessment, so I'll make sure yeah, again, the reports to this point have been drafts. So we will make all these, no problem making these edits.
Okay. And I did a little ratio calculation on pages 3 through 6, or 5. I'm not sure if they're correct, but if you look at the curly leaf that was found on page 3, it roughly equated to about 1% of the sites that you looked at. And then on page 4, for curly leaf on June 6th, it was roughly about 3% of the sites that you.
Okay.
Okay, I think that's an interesting statistic. It helps put those numbers in context. And then on Eurasian milfoil, it was 59% of the sites that you evaluated. So clearly, a much higher propensity for that. And then you made the statement here that these areas could be treated before native plants began actively growing. Now, the one year that we did that, we had great success. This is on page 5. And then the DNR, of course, was blocking those other treatments because of the curly leaf, the lily pads that were coming out early. But if we could, again, continue to work with the department to make sure that we have access to this in the early period of growth, because it's clear that it works.
Okay.
I did talk to the director of AIS after this happened a couple of years back, and told her how frustrating it was the next year not to be able to replicate this. And she did say to talk to her directly. I've shared that with Mike, I think, in the past, but I can get that contact information again. And so if we're having trouble with that, then I think we just need to be aggressive about reaching out to the partners who can help, and not just accept the district answer. And then on page 6 of this report, you do mention here that homeowners around Comfort Lake did treat. There was a reduction in that area. So again, it just shows that treatment does work with curly leaf, with Eurasian milfoil. And I think that if you look at page 7, that says that, it says that growth in 2018 was heavier than previous years. Now, I was surprised by that because treatment was done in 17 by homeowners, as I recall. Maybe that's the first year it happened, it might have been 16. But there's no explanation of why that heavier growth after we had a couple of years of treatment. So if it's weather, if it's other conditions that you know of, then maybe that should be explained.
Okay.
Because there's no real explanation on why that happened.
Jackie, probably one of the reasons is that milfoil is still relatively new in Comfort Lake. It's only been there since 2014. It's
Yeah.
not done expanding yet. In fact, this next year could be bigger than it was last year yet.
Okay, well,
It's gonna,
statements-
and then it's gonna crash.
Yeah, and statements like that on our annual reports would be helpful.
Okay.
How far are we into that expansion, those expansion years?
Another couple of years, yep.
Okay. On page 10, the two charts at the bottom, the Eurasian milfoil hotspot, and then the long-term growth potential. These don't correlate to me.
No.
And so I think, just a little bit more explanation. I didn't really gather anything to explain that in the narrative.
Okay.
But it doesn't seem to match what's
It
being
doesn't,
told
no.
and why, yeah.
We have heavy growth or all those reds on one side and then greens on the other side where we're saying it shouldn't be growing like that. One of the things that's gonna happen is that because it's still expanding, it's still a relatively new population, this population will dive down at some point in the next couple of years, probably reach some new equilibrium, and it hasn't done that yet. So that's why we're seeing some of those reds and yellows compared to the nitrogen content. It's probably not gonna be sustainable.
Yeah.
I
Well,
can talk about that.
Yeah.
Haven't you said in the past, Steve, that Eurasian milfoil is similar to like wild rice sometimes. Well, you'll have just an abundant crop in an area and then it'll
Yes.
die back and.
Yeah, you have boom years and off years.
Okay.
When you have high nitrogen year sediments, you usually don't have an off year. It's like it's a boom year every year. But when you have low to moderate nitrogen, you are gonna have a year of heavy growth and then a year or two of lighter growth, and then it comes back. And it'll come back in different areas too, is what the patterns have been. So we'll be watching that, and we'll talk about that.
Okay, Comfort Lake Eurasian milfoil, nitrogen influence. This is the special study that we commissioned so that we
Yeah.
could figure out what was feeding the Eurasian milfoil plant. And this is not, you mentioned it in your presentation, and I'm glad you did, because this doesn't say, it doesn't tell us anything.
No, what I handed in was just some tables, just the data that we
Yeah.
had. It needed the
Yeah.
interpretation.
Good, and then summary, pages 1 and 2. Obviously, all of this has to be explained, the Bray phosphorus and Olson phosphorus. You know, what's the difference? I looked it up, of course, but we shouldn't have to. The public shouldn't
Okay.
have to look it up, so.
Yeah.
And the other thing, of course, the table on page 2 is all of the elements that exist in the lake, and so those need to have some clarification. The one that was really shocking to me was that NH4N, which is nihonium,
Yeah, ammonium.
which is a synthetic chemical extremely radioactive.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know what these numbers mean. If 3.25 is in the light growth average column, heavy growth is 2.2, which doesn't seem to make sense. Why would a lower number?
Yeah, I am, what page is that on, Jackie?
Summary 2. in the
Summary
nitro-
2.
Yeah,
Okay,
the nitrogen study.
okay.
So just some reference point so that we understand, is this good or bad, you know?
Sure.
Calcium, for example, is 45.7 in low growth and the water chemistry in Mid-Lake ICP. I don't know what that means. But 45.7 and then 45.8 in the other column. Is that good or bad? It's just the highest number on the column. So that type of explanation would
Sure.
be really helpful. And then this radioactive material, when we got our deep core sample study and report, that was mentioned, that there was some radioactive testing that was going on. And so that showed up in the deep core sample, and I'm wondering if this is the same. So
Okay.
and if this, is this emitting radioactivity in the water column? I mean, there's no, obviously you found it, but what does that mean for safety and
Okay.
people using the lake? And then the Forest Lake, Curly Leaf, and Eurasian, just a couple of things. This always seems to be a much more robust report, and it's helpful. There is just a couple of things on the appendices in the front. Aggressive treatment has kept Eurasian milfoil from spreading to second and third lakes, but that is likely to happen in the future. And why do you say that?
Because we have a track record of trying to contain it in a dozen or so more lakes without any success.
I know, but
It's happened
forest,
in Rush Lake, White Bear Lake,
yeah.
Prior Lakes.
And I understand that. I mean, we've been told that over and over again. But given the fact that this can spread very quickly, and it's a very easy plant to spread, right?
Yeah.
This is the heaviest used lake in our district. People going from first lake to second lake to third lake all the time, you know? Hundreds of boats probably over a weekend. So there has to be something else going on. I just found that curious.
Yeah. Well, it came in 2015, we had 16, 17, 18. It's probably gonna occur in the next year or two.
Okay. And then on page 8, again, there was just a map here that didn't quite make sense to me. The Forest Lake CLP delineation on May 8th, 2018. and it shows 15, 16, 17, and 18. And this has dropped down to 16.8 acres. And in 2017, it was almost 170 acres.
Right.
So what accounted for that humongous drop? Was it treatment? Was it
Nope.
weather?
Yep. It was probably weather.
Okay.
And in fact, after we did that first delineation, couldn't believe it. We said, in fact, staff and others are going, go out and check it again.
Yeah.
So I did a second survey and came back to the same idea, that we could probably keep it down to the 16 acres, and for the most part, it was probably pretty close. And it was a climatic, regional factor.
It
So,
was.
yeah.
So it was climate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it was, yeah, light snow and late ice on.
Okay. Then I think a mention of that would be
Okay.
helpful
Sure.
in these annual reports that we get, so that, again, we can put it in context. You do mention on page 9, the last sentence in that paragraph, that the variables to growth include previous treatment, snow cover, ice off, sunny days, and water temperatures. So it's kind of glomped in there all together, but I think you can get more specific on the annual reports.
Okay.
And then the Point Intercept aquatic plant survey. On the 20 species on the appendices 2, page 2, it says 20 species. And did that include all of the AIS species?
Yes, yes, it did.
Okay, so that's just maybe a note of that. This was a thorough report, though. It's the only comment I had there. Flowering rush. This is exciting, really. On page summary 1, the statistics on this are just incredible. And the chart at the bottom talks about, and shows where we started in 2014, 7.8 acres. And in 2018, it's down to .06. And your statement up here is continuing to control areas of flowering rush should reduce abundant regrowth, but it appears eradication will be a challenge. Aren't we almost at eradication here? I mean, this is very exciting. So why would you say that we're gonna have to, you don't expect it to resurface at the levels it was? You do?
Yeah, yeah, we do. If we don't keep on it, this is a perennial plant, and we're using a contact herbicide, Diquat. So Diquat will kill the plant in the season, but not necessarily eliminate the plant growth. And so with that, as perennial plants go, it should come back next year from its roots. And if we don't kind of keep it under control, and including snipping those, keep the seeds from spreading, taking out the flower heads keeps it from spreading, but the root structure is still there, and that will produce plants in the future as well, almost on an annual basis.
Okay. But the program, this has been a very
Oh.
aggressive and successful program.
And as it's been evolving, we've been getting more and more efficient in terms of treatment acres, and also now by sampling and monitoring the native plant species, we're finding that we're not really damaging to any great degree the native plants as well.
And then on.
You were clipping
I'm
the
sorry.
seed heads too, or somebody was clipping the seed heads on the.
When I saw them, I did. I didn't see very many, but I think there were some other fellas out there and
Okay.
folks that were doing that, and
I know
that,
Mike Sorensen was out there when he was here, right?
that makes a big difference for controlling the spread.
Okay, and on page 4, I just want to say one thing, though, to Wayne's point. We had have a very unusual flowering rush plant here.
That's right.
It doesn't just grow and spread by rhizome, but by seeds from the flower, and usually it's one or the other. So that was very interesting, and Jerry helped with that a lot. And so he and Mike did a great job. Summary 4, the gist of this, of course, is that there was no control site for this study, and I'm just, the last sentence in that page is no untreated reference areas were surveyed which could have been helpful to determine if plant declines were natural. So are you planning to do that in 2019?
Yeah, if we keep the same model for 2019, we'll put in a reference area as well.
Okay. The other thing I thought was interesting here too is that Forest Lake has a very robust aquatic plant life. Despite the harvesting that takes place to thicken it out, or, to weed some of that out and so forth, it's very, that was very surprising to me. But encouraging as well. On page 13, I think this might be a typo. The bottom chart says Forest Lake 1998.
I don't think we went back that far.
Yeah, I think it's a typo, if you want to take a look at that.
I sure will.
But I did have a question, though, on this chart. It goes from 2014 to 2018. The acres of flowering rush determined was 7.8 in 2014. And treatment was, 0.09 acres, so we were just finding out about it.
That's right.
In 2015, it was 5.4 acres delineated, but we treated 19.7. And can you just address that? And then the same thing is true on the subsequent years. Were you treating emergent plants at that point, or why was the area treated so much bigger?
Spot treating.
Well, what happened is that the applicator, PLM, had great success in Detroit Lakes, treating widespread areas, even though there was only, it wasn't all solid flowering rush. So he applied that model to the Forest Lake situation, basically over-treating an area. And that has worked to a degree. At some point, I still think we can refine that. Eventually, maybe we'll go back to spot treatments both times, and then only treat maybe the emergence. But the applicator was very comfortable with the the spraying large areas. He thought he got good control, and he did get good control, but it did involve basically over-treating.
Well, this is such a successful program, and so if you can explain that
Okay.
in maybe a footnote to that chart, so that people reading it without that background knowledge can understand why that was done.
Sure. Can do that.
And that's all my comments. Anyone else would like to comment? No? Mike?
Madam President, just thought I'd try to address that NH4 piece a little bit. So according to the PCA website, it's, and what we know of it, it's usually found at low levels compared to nitrate and organic nitrogen, usually found from human or animal waste discharges, and that could be more toxic in higher pH conditions. The other item I just wanted to then compare that against was the concern maybe for the atomic piece. That was the cesium-137, which is an isotopic product of the atmospheric nuclear bomb testing. So
That's
those were part of the test, the sampling that was done through the St. Croix Watershed Research Station.
Right.
And of course, we would be able to date sediments, basically across all of North America.
That's right.
Uniformly through that dating.
Yeah,
testing.
NH4-N is ammonium nitrogen, and is a common nitrogen product, whereas cesium is the radioactive element.
Good. Well,
Thanks,
with your
Mike.
further explanation, that will come out.
I just thought since there's so many Comfort Lake residents, I wanted to, did not want them to be alarmed by,
That's what
The
happens when
the
lay
accession.
people look things up.
And
We
Mike's
we
right.
take what
into-
we read it.
Just a quick addition to that, cesium came from atmospheric nuclear testing. And cesium was spread around the world, and it came in by dry fall in the lake sediments in 1957. So when they do a sediment core, they find the cesium layer 6 inches down. They know that there's been 6 inches of sedimentation since 1957. That's one of the ways they
Okay.
date the core.
Right.
So it's low level, it's not harmful to man nor beast.
Wonderful.
it is on our website on page 6 for Comfort Lake,
Okay.
that full report.
All right, very good. All right, thank you, Steve.
Nobody proved it's bad.
Next item is Comfort Lake Eurasian Water Milfoil proposal from Bill Kilty, Comfort Lake Association.
And President Managers, Bill Kilty from Comfort Lake has asked to address the board regarding a request for some activity here on EWM. And I'll let Bill do the presentation. Thank you.
All right, first off, Madam Chair, managers, I want to thank you for the opportunity to present this proposal. We have a little technology dance I have to do because it wouldn't hook up over here, so I'm going to go over there.
Okay.
And hopefully you can hear me. I have a voice that will carry, I am sure. I don't hear as well, but that's the way it is. This proposal is a proposal for a partnership between the Comfort Lake, Forest Lake Watershed District and the Comfort Lake Association to implement a treatment practice that has a proven track record. And I'm going to explain that to you, and then I'll get down to the bottom line is what it would cost you to be a partner. So I think some of you have it. I've lived on Comfort Lake since, this is it? That one. I've lived on Comfort Lake since 1986 with my wife, Mary. And we purchased land where we currently live. I live at 7313 260th Street, which is on the northwest corner of Comfort Lake, one piece of property away from the outlet of the Sunrise River going north. When we arrived there, we found a clean and clear lake with little development surrounding it. We were sort of the pre-development stage when we came there. The fact is, when we first got to the land, I couldn't see the lake. There was a woods blocking the view of the lake. There was a horse tethered to a tree in the middle of our property, and there were cows coming down the hill to water into the lake. And we were kind of surprised with what we had, but we've changed it, and it's a nice place to live. We swam, we fished, we sailed, and we paddled. We ate the fish, we enjoyed the lake. But within a few years, just let me see what, I can read the last. We began to see some rapid changes to degrade that lake quality. This one. In the early years, we connected with Diana McAvoy and established the Comfort Lake Association. In those initial years, we organized to resist the DNR's initiative to introduce a public access, and we lost that battle. They told us clearly that while we owned the shoreline and we owned the bottom of the lake, they owned the water, and then they told us we owned the problems. A few years after we lost that battle, we engaged in a lawsuit against entities upriver from us to protect our water quality and clarity while protecting the lake from invasive plant and animal species. We won that battle and lost the battle to invasive species. We are infested with Eurasian water milfoil, curly spotted, and zebra mussels. And zebra mussels are kind of an interesting phenomena on our lake, in part because if you looked at that map, our property, we don't have zebra mussels. And the only reason I think that we don't have zebra mussels attaching to the boats or any of the plants is because I've watched these highly trained sunfish eating the small shells on my dock on the plates that I'm using to catch it. It's a unique experience. I've seen it a couple of times, and I think it's the best system we could have if we could groom all of these sunfish on our lake to take care of the problem. So, we spend, actually, for the last 28 years, on New Year's Eve, we cut a hole in the ice, we fire up the sauna, we build a big fire, and then people arrive, we have celebrations for New Year's Eve. Everybody jumps in the lake. And this particular picture is actually the whole group of us getting that hole ready. We're at a point right now where we're trying to shove the chunk that we've cut out under the ice. And we just leave out about a foot to step up on for everybody who's trying to get out after you go in. Because if you've never done it, you'll know it's quite a shock to the system. But this happened in the last 3 years. Folks coming out of the water, this to tell you the spread of Eurasian water milfoil, are being draped in milfoil. And some of it, this year, this is what really surprised me, was that the ice over happened December 7th. So this was New Year's Eve, and some of that milfoil was still green, which told us it was still growing in that short period of time. So Eurasian water milfoil entered Comfort Lake less than 6 years ago. Since it was first discovered, lakeshore homeowners have pursued a variety of methods to eradicate this invasive, but it's not working. We have hosted events to educate our members. We have organized group efforts, wading chest deep to uproot and carry away the plants. We have done these other things. I think that's what I'm supposed to do. Yeah, we have recommended and provided hands-on experiences to remove the AIS. I've used the mounds of uprooted Eurasian water milfoil to control weeds in my garden, but it continues to renew itself and to spread. So we're looking for something different. A Eurasian water milfoil, when it entered these years ago, it was first discovered lakeshore, let's see, I already did that one. The Comfort Lake Association is embarking on an initiative to address the influx of Eurasian water milfoil in Comfort Lake. This invasive species has not been controlled on Comfort Lake following practices that recommended in the past. The plant is fast-growing, quick-spreading species that recovers quickly and grows back. This past fall was a perfect example of what we encountered. There is milfoil all over the lake, and it was there in the fall and in great numbers, sometimes single plants, but sometimes patches of milfoil. But we found some promising practices. It was taken on by a nearby lake association that they have proven successful, and we're planning with your support to pursue similar pathways. These associations have been fully engaged in a DNR-approved herbicide treatment process. These associations conduct early spring treatments right after ice out, followed by a spot treatments to control invasive species prior to lily pad immersion. This pattern of treatment around the lake has been surprisingly successful for those associations. In those lakes, homeowners no longer arrange for treatment on their lakefront, but rely on the successor operation of their lake association. Their successes are surprising. With consistent treatment over a 4-year period, one association observed 23 non-invasive plant species return to their lake, along with a 90% reduction of Eurasian water milfoil. That's after a summer of treatment. So they start out with a considerable amount of milfoil in the fall, but with their consistent and persistent attention to it, they're getting the control down to 10% of its original state. And that's a kind of a conclusion we've all drawn, is that we're not going to get rid of it. What we are going to be able to do is control it. And these practices that these folks have done work. And it's a partnership that Steve has been involved in. So our plan is to replicate what these folks have done, and this is on Big Marine Lake, what they have done with great success, and on Green Lake, and hopefully see the same kind of results. Not rid ourselves from invasive species, but control them in a way that'll be beneficial to all of us. One of the things that I've learned in some of the work, this is what we learn, this is how they go about it, and this is a report that came actually from Steve's report on Big Marine Lake. It was present at 40% of the sample sites growing mainly in light conditions, while the EM growth is widely distributed in 2018. The abundance and density decreased compared to 2017 and other previous years. It decreases dramatically with a focused attention to control. This, let me just go ahead. Control of invasive species on Comfort Lake has been up and down success, but one early spring treatment controlled Eurasian water milfoil throughout the summer. In that particular summer, we got in early and we saw less milfoil throughout the whole summer. The following year, we couldn't get in there early, but with the failure of that lake-wide treatment, we ended up with a collar of milfoil surrounding the entire lake, but we couldn't treat it because it was too late in the season. This proposal focuses on ice out, quick assessment that's approved by the DNR, follow up with treatment, and be consistent with that. The reason why we do this, besides getting rid of milfoil, is that one study that I was able to find talked about a 2 to 16% devalue of homes, home value decrease as a result of invasive species infestation. So it has an impact on tax revenue, on home values, and then tax revenue, and we're trying to resolve that as well. So this is one of the maps that Steve had shared with you earlier tonight. And this is the potential that he's talking about. And I would say, based on what I saw this fall, milfoil is well beyond what's on this particular mat of hotspots right now. So we've learned from the Big Marine Lake crew. We've ridden with them, learning the treatment process. We've followed up on treatments to ensure impact. We've arranged for Mike to join us this spring after ice out to conduct the initial screening for Eurasian water milfoil and to put waypoints across for all single plants and patches. We'll contact Steve McComas to work with us and to communicate our initial findings. Mike from the Big Marine Lake will conduct the initial approved treatments, and we'll ride along to learn firsthand the successful process to reinforce our understanding of it so we can take it over in following years. We believe this is the best system that we've seen in our neck of the woods, and one that would we could find out if it's working for the lakes in the Comfort Lake Forest Lake Watershed District and then replicate it across all the lakes with infestation. The cost is in the initial year, as we've laid out, is that the Comfort Lake is looking for a partnership with the watershed district. And we're asking for $5,000 to help us with this process. That's about half of the cost of what we project for this year's treatment. And I thank you. Questions?
Yeah, I'll start. What happens when you no longer can do this? What's the backup in future years?
Me personally?
Yeah, I mean, you're.
Oh, we're going to be educating, our board is going to take this over, and hopefully other board members will join us and begin to take this process on.
Okay.
That's what it takes. It's a collaboration. And we're already getting a commitment from our membership, financial commitment. They're already contributing money towards this process. We're a nonprofit tax exempt association, and we can use both our membership fees as well as donations to help underwrite this project. I've got the enthusiasm now, and Jackie, who knows?
Yeah. Well,
Tree could fall on
my
me.
point is that, volunteerism kind of ebbs and flows. And
Right.
so if you start out and you have success, and then year 3, let's say, you can't do it for whatever reason.
Well-
You move away, whatever. What's the plan to continue it into the future? And my reason for asking that is that rather than take this on yourself with that kind of future of uncertainty, why not work with the district to have the district do those treatments? Then you have certainty of oversight and staffing and all of that.
The district.
Yeah, the watershed district.
I didn't know that was your business.
Well,
I thought you hired people out to do it.
yeah,
Yeah.
we do.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that we're going to do this work initially, and we're going to find out how this works. And I suspect that 3 years down the line, we'll find out that it is working well. And I don't think anything is etched in stone.
Yeah.
I get that, but I do know that I look at somebody's good practice in the past. I could see us saying, well, maybe the watershed wants to take it on.
Yeah, well, the Big Marine delineation survey, you provided that, right, with your presentation?
Say that again, please?
The Big Marine Eurasian delineation report, Eurasian milfoil report, you provided that to us.
Madam President, I did.
Oh, you did? Okay, so
Yeah.
Mike gave that to us, so that's good. Well, looking through this, of course, it's a very similar story to the flowering rush that we just talked about on Forest Lake. In 2014, there were 38.6 acres on Big Marine of Eurasian milfoil, and in 2017, there was 9.44. So, that's a success story, not quite down to the minimalist level of the flowering rush, but on that trend line. So what it tells me is that the aggressive, consistent program approach is what contains these.
And early.
And early,
Early.
absolutely. Well, we know that from personal experience. But the flowering rush and Eurasian milfoil are in the same plant family. I learned that from the DNR a couple of years ago, calling them and asking, is there any favoritism that the DNR displays toward one plant versus the other? And they said, no, they're both in the same family, they're both nitrogen reliant plants, and so they consider them to be, the same. So we know that it worked on the flowering rush. We know that what Big Marine is doing is working. So it's that consistent approach, that comprehensive approach that appears to be the key.
Yeah, I rode with Mike on Big Marine. It's a steep learning curve right now. I mean, I know how to do it, and I know others will learn, because how I learned it was I just went around with somebody who knew how to do it. And it's a matter of keeping track, and we know how to do that because they learned it. Now they've shared that process with us. So there's some software along with GPS equipment that allow us to keep track multiple years, so we can not only look back at where it's worked, but also begin to look forward too.
I've followed, I don't know a lot about it, but I've followed Big Marine Lake and what they've been doing somewhat. But I don't know if Steve McComas has worked with them or not. But from my understanding, they've got a licensed applicator that lives on the lake. Is that true?
What was that last part?
Is there a licensed applicator that goes out and puts these treatments down? From what I seen a while back was that they were going out and hitting these sites like multiple times, just.
Yeah, I believe that Mike is a licensed app. He has a licensed app to apply. to conduct treatments.
So, yeah, so they were hitting
So Mike,
these areas several times.
right, and when Mike first got this proposal, he sent me a link to the certification, I think that's what it's called. Something about getting training,
Right, through the Minnesota Department of Agriculture, they're the ones that
yeah.
provide the oversight, the training, and, well, you can get training at various locations, but you.
Right.
they
And,
do
you
the
know,
certification.
I looked at that and I said, well, I thought to myself that let's find out how this is working and then I'll do it. And then somebody else will do it.
So that was one of my questions. The other question, because I have kind of followed it, but, I looked at the Department of Natural Resources for the, I had printed this off myself, but, according to this, maybe I'm not reading it right, maybe I can hand it to somebody that knows more, but, for Eurasian water milfoil, the frequency of occurrences when they were doing their point intercept surveys, it looks like it's actually increased, from 12 up to, in 2010, up to 28 in 2017. So, I'm not sure if, you guys don't all have this copy to look at, so, but maybe Steve, can you answer, is there more percent occurrences on Big Marine than there was, or?
Yes, there are, yeah. The percent occurrence, those are point intercept grids, and on their grid, actually, they're finding more milfoil in 2017 than they did earlier, but in terms of abundance, that's changed a little bit. They don't have as heavy a growth. The Lake Association has knocked down some of the beds and some of the heavier growth, but the actual occurrence is higher in 2017 compared to earlier surveys.
Okay, well, and another thing that I wanted to mention was part of the reason that we haven't been treating, like last year, we didn't treat the lakes for milfoil because it's not really like curly leaf pondweed puts phosphorus back into the lakes. When Bone Lake got Eurasian milfoil in 2006, I asked about if we could get any help or assistance on Bone Lake, and I kept running into, well, it's not really it can be a nuisance sometimes, but it doesn't really affect the water quality. So Bone Lake has been paying for years to get treatments done on Eurasian water milfoil. And so I think as the board of managers, we kind of decided not to treat this stuff. We would leave it on a lake-based funding, just because our aquatic invasive species budget was growing phenomenally over the past few years. So anyway, that's pretty much what I have to say.
Jen?
Madam President, I could use some clarification here. I don't have any historical context, so I guess I get that there's some innovation happening here, there's something new happening here, but not seeing a very clear plan. So piecing it together, it's looking to me like the innovation is maybe timing and treating more frequently, that you're gonna be doing a whole lake treatment as soon as the ice comes off. Then you're gonna be doing a survey to make sure that you know where those hot spots are, and then spot treat. Am I guessing right?
Well, this proposal would model what's been going on Big Marine, and they typically do as soon as they can and they get their approval, they do a liquid treatment, and they follow that up with a granule treatment of a few days later. What they've learned is to gain the greatest control over the growth of milfoil is to do treatments back to back as quick as you can. So, and there may be some, one of the things that Mike has come to understand is that fall assessment and fall treatment is probably there's a payoff there as well.
Okay, thank you.
Have they been doing, seems like I read something about, and I'm not sure if it's the Lake Association or a separate applicator, but have they been doing some kind of root ball injections?
Yeah, that's kind of a misnomer. The root ball injection is, you're not really sticking a needle into the root. What they're doing is taking an extension on like a power washer gun and going right down to the plant
Okay,
and directing the liquid herbicide around the root.
okay.
One of the things that if in the literature and in their practice is that you can put down too much herbicide because the plant can only take up so much. So that's kind of a dance that Mike has learned, and that's what we'll learn from him. Does that answer your question?
Steve?
A number of comments, I guess, I want to make. One is that I'm congratulations on your enthusiasm for going after this invasive species, but Eurasian milfoil's been around for a long time. No one's ever been able to contain it or eradicate it. So I think your best option is to try to control it as you're doing. Now, we've looked at what Big Marine did when we got Eurasian water milfoil into Forest Lake, and we tried their techniques the first couple of times to try to eradicate it because we had an early identification of it. But if you look at our growth curve, it's now starting to grow. And I think eventually, as Steve mentioned, it's going to be on all 3 lakes. So that leaves you with the option of really trying to manage it and control it as best you can, which is what you want to do, which is a noble objective and something you probably have to do. But there's a couple of things that impact us. One is a watershed. We're not overly concerned with Eurasian water milfoil unless it becomes a really recreational issue, which it hasn't been so far in the lakes around us. It's not a phosphorus problem or a water quality problem. So therefore, we have decided not to spend money on it. But it can become a recreational problem if you don't manage it.
If it's not managed, it does become a recreational,
Right,
because
right.
we've seen that problem emerge when treatments haven't been okayed and when we haven't done the kind of things that we should be doing.
The second concern is, of course, that on Big Marine, it's been done by local people without a certified applicator. And as a result, that bothers us because we only use certified applicators because of the risk of putting too much chemicals on and so forth. And of course, the more chemicals you put on, the faster kill you get and the more successful you can be. But there's regulations on that also. And if nobody's supervising them, not being a trained applicator, things can go wrong and be overused. So that's a concern on our part.
I understand that. One of the this is a personal experience. The homeowners pay to have it done, and there's little coordination between how much herbicide is actually going into the water when these private entities come in and treat it. But you can see the end result. And wherever diquat is used, and it's used quite often, it is absolutely deadly to anything green. It clears the shore, and we saw that in a number of homeowners' property as we went around. But more importantly, it impacted the water recreation while that was in the water. And because they're treating over a longer period of time, we have more of that herbicide in the water over a longer period of time. And we think that if we take over, as an association, we take it over, we'll have greater control of how long herbicide would be in the water.
Right. And that's a concern I think everybody has to be concerned about, and I know a lot of people on Forest Lake are concerned about that. That's why you have to have the DNR involved.
Right.
With a very well-controlled and trained applicator. Another point I wanted to make is that when you get a DNR permit, it's usually for public waters, not for littoral waters, which is less than 15 feet deep. So when we're treating in Forest Lake, for example, or treating other areas, you're usually treating the public waters to provide a benefit to the public that's using the lake if it's a nuisance. So most of your milfoil is in 4 feet of water where the heavy growth is. I'm not sure there's a lot of boats recreating 4 feet water close to your shoreline. So that means you're in the littoral area, which means you really, it's a shore owner's problem to deal with this. And if you look at other lakes, most shore owners have gone together and attacked this as a group. I think I talked to you about 2 or 3 years ago about meeting with Doug Grandsmith over at Clear Lake. And they have a lake association. They have a big problem with Eurasian water milfoil, but they control it every year by having 97% membership, and they all kick in $100 or $150, whatever it is, and they treat what they have to treat with DNR guidance, and they've been able to control and maintain the lake very, very well. So that's a model you may want to look at, and but you know, for us to get involved in treating growth that's right up along the shoreline, unless you're trying to eradicate, we're probably not going to do it. At least we probably shouldn't be doing it. The other thing I want to suggest to you is you talked about the tax impact on your value of your homes. And I think if you're going to look for grants in that, trying to get local support is a good way to get additional grant money. So in our case, we did a study with Washington County and went to the city and showed that really there's about a 4.3 residential tax base here in Forest Lake. And of that, about 900,000 is from the premium that's paid by the 900 shore owners on Forest Lake, just because they are on the lake. In other words, you subtract out the value of their home and the value of the land. If it were off the lake, they still pay $900,000. So using that as an argument, we went to city council and we were able to get 55, 60,000 from the city. So one suggestion I had for you a couple of years ago also was to go to Wyoming and actually work with the city of Wyoming.
They're on the
and
list.
Try to get some support there. And that would be I think you could pick up $5,000 without even trying if you went to them with this kind of story you've got, and the support you've already put it in yourselves is a great story, and I think they would be willing to help you. You've got Forest Lake as an example, you've got Clear Lake as an example also. So that would be another suggestion I have, because this is really something that should be dealt with the people that are on the lake, that have the issue along the shoreline. If it gets out into the deeper waters where it affects public waters, then there's a chance we might be able to get involved. But at this point in time, I don't see that happening based upon the work that Steve's done on delineation. Most of it is right along the shoreline in shallow
The reason
water.
why we came to this, to your association, is because we see this as a model that can be replicated across the entire watershed. And your participation in it is a clear message to the homeowners in the watershed that you're concerned enough to take a look at something that seems to be working.
I think the word seems is very important when it comes to milfoil, because from
But
any
nothing
one
else is
year,
working.
It's up and down, it's up and down. It's very hard to predict, and I'm willing to predict that you'll find that Big Marine has not solved this problem. Now, they've controlled it, you know, and maybe.
That's what we're
and
trying
that's
to do.
right. But that, again, is because of repetition and how much money you want to spend on it. And I think that's a decision you have to make if you're trying to control it. But right now, it's not a recreational problem on your lake for the public. And so therefore, I think we can spend our money in other applications like curly leaf, which can be a water quality problem if it gets out of hand. So I would encourage you to look at what Clear Lake has done. I can give you Doug's number, and you can call him again. I can show you some of the stuff we did here with the city council. And I think you've got a very good story to get another partner like the city to help you get over this hump. But I would strongly recommend, and I think we would be willing to do the delineations for you like we've always done. That's very important, to have an unbiased delineator. When we first started on Forest Lake, every year we were treating about between 160 and 180 until Steve came on board. And then when Steve got on, and that was because the applicator was doing the delineations for us. And we were working with the city and the Lake Association. But when Steve got on board and we had an independent person that's doing the assessment and the delineation, we had downs and we had ups, and there's more variability. It wasn't the same 150 to 180 every year. Like last year it was 16. The year before that it was 170. So you can really trust an unbiased person like Steve to give you in the right direction. And that's why we're willing to support that kind of delineation. because I think it's very valuable to have. It's probably the most valuable tool you have. So I guess that's about all I have to say right now, but I think,
Thank you.
I encourage you, but, yeah, Wayne?
Wayne?
Big Marine Lake Association also received some grants, and I'm not sure exactly what for, but they received grants from Washington County, so I'm not sure if that was for that treatment or.
Comfort Lake is not in Washington County.
Chisago, but go to Chisago.
But you have a water conservation department up there in Chisago County, and they have money.
Chisago County's turned us down.
John, do you have anything to say?
Just, I think, I mean, I understand the frustration. I completely get what you're trying to do. I don't have any doubt about that. There's a couple of issues. I don't think Big Marine Lake Association gets any money from a watershed district or anything like it. I don't know where they get their money from, but they don't get it from there. And one of my concerns would be the liability of what happens if something goes wrong and we've contributed money to it from the watershed district without being the person driving the contract and the licensing and all of, which we do with every other project we ever carry out. Either we're responsible for the legal and the engineering, or we have licensed applicators or whatever. So we would be in a position of a deep pocket if something went wrong without having been the ones driving it. So that's one concern. The other is just like Steve said, and what this board, and I know we have some division on this board about the question, is what do we do with Eurasian water milfoil? It's an invasive species, but as Steve said, it's not necessarily an invasive species unless it's out of control, which we run the risk of if we don't manage it properly. And what you're proposing is a mechanism for managing it by getting in early. Do you really believe that the DNR is going to let you get in early every year? I mean, once the
roll of the dice.
lilies start coming up, we're dead, right? I could treat it. I treated my own area, and I didn't need to get a special permit, but the Lake Association, the Watershed District couldn't treat because we had a different kind of permit. So there are some sort of, tensions going on here with all this. And if we start treating EWM, that's less money we have to treat the other things that either affect water quality or affect flooding, which we don't have a lot of problem with flooding in this area, but it's really water quality that's our concern. And so
And we spend a lot of money on that.
we spend a ton of money on all this stuff. And maybe this is the absolute right approach. I really don't know, but we have decided in the past that we are not going to deal with EWM. We're going to let homeowners and shore owners deal with it. And whether we're doing the right thing or not, I don't know. But like I said, I don't believe the Big Marine Lake Association gets money from someone who could later come back on if they have an application issue. I don't know that, like us, I don't know that, but those are my concerns. I don't need to go any further.
Okay. My position's different, as has been stated at the board many times. But I think we do have a responsibility to handle AIS in any form. And I don't see this as any different than the Flowering Rush rapid approach that we used on Forest Lake to keep that in check. And it's never over, but you've got this smaller amount of acreage now that you have to manage and contain, and that's the goal. But in partnership with the Lake Association and the county and whoever else can come into it, I do think that we could have a real success with handling this issue in, especially Comfort and Bone. Bone, again, it troubles me that Eurasian water milfoil is the most dense plant in that lake. 44% of coverage is Eurasian water milfoil. I don't think that that is a good thing, especially when the DNR still lists it as a invasive species. No matter what the discussion is here, the official classification is an invasive species. And we're just allowing that to go. And the residents, when they can, treat it. But that's not a coordinated approach. The Flowering Rush program is a coordinated, organized approach with donation money as well as money from the district. And I just don't understand why we can't transfer that very successful program to this other plant that is in the same family as Flowering Rush. So I think you get the sentiment here that there's not a majority position to support this, but I think working with it in the same structure as the Flowering Rush program, where the contract is with the district, so that these concerns about, and I have the same concerns, is that you have individual people that may not be licensed handling material that should be certified according to state standards. But we also have our professional staff that is also participating in delineations and then oversight and hiring the contractors that we use for other things to actually do the applications. So that's been my position all along. It remains my position. I think that we certainly have the dollars to do it. Our invasive species budget line item had a $134,000 surplus at the end of 2018. And there were a number of reasons for that. Most of that goes to the boat launch program, which couldn't get started until almost into June or late May. So there's quite a bit of money there. So it's not that we don't have the money. We don't have the will to do it as a majority of the board. But I think that working through this other concept where we could structure it more like the Flowering Rush program that the FLLA did, I think we would have success. The board certainly participated in that. There's no reason that they can't participate in this. That's my position, yes.
Just to help the audience
Steve.
clarify on the Flowering Rush situation, that was an aggressive program because this is the only flowering rush of the type in the state. So therefore, when people saw that, and it spreads both from the root structure as well as the seed, and of course, if it got into the Sunrise River and went down, it could get all the way down into the St. Croix. So there was a lot of concern about this spreading out of Forest Lake. So that's why we had the support of the county, the DNR, the Lake Association, the city, all kicked in money to really go after this hard. And of course, by doing a lot of smart things and learning, led by Jerry and his people, we were able to make good progress without spending a lot of money. But if we can't eradicate this, it's probably going to go into a maintenance mode, and then we'll probably have a little bit less support for it, because that would make it more like Eurasian water milfoil, because it doesn't take over the whole lake and shut it down like a milfoil can. It can shut down some shorelines, but if we can't eradicate it, then it's probably going to be more of a maintenance program, and then they may get a little bit less support from us and some of the other people. So just to clarify that point. And the other reason we're down short on money this year is because we treated 16 acres of Eurasian, 16 acres of curlyleaf on Forest Lake rather than 160, which was forecasted. So that difference is a lot of money. So that's where most of the money came from this year.
I wanted to make just
Wayne?
one correction, Jackie.
Yeah.
You said Bone Lake Association wasn't a coordinated effort, and it is a coordinated effort because we use delineation data where we apply. There's also homeowners that sign up to get treatments by their docks, but I didn't sign up for any last year, but I ended up getting some of the benefits because I happened to be in an area where there was Eurasian milfoil. But it is a coordinated effort, so.
Did I say it wasn't?
Yes, you
Okay,
did.
well.
But anyway, and Margie used to coordinate it when she was president also. So.
All right, well, we clearly do the delineation, and we work with the Bone Lake Association. So in fact, if that's what I said, I didn't mean to say that. We do coordinate with them. All right, any other comments? Then we have a... Yes, sir. State your name, please, and address.
George Osgood, 7559 260th Street, north end of Lake Comfort. I'm just rising to support the presentation from Mr. Kelty. It's done as a as an association. I'm not on the board of directors, but my understanding is it was unanimously supported. The thing that bothers me, what I'm hearing tonight, is what has bothered me with the DNR ever since invasive species have been in, that, hey, folks, it's your problem, it's not our problem. That's what I'm hearing here. When you keep saying that unless it becomes a recreational problem, we don't want anything to do with it. Well, what does that mean? The Lake Comfort is going to be completely engrossed in a total mat before anybody will do anything. What we're trying to do is to do an experiment that appears to work. It's worked when we've done it early through the DNR. The DNR will have impact on this. You people are acting like we're off with nobody supervising this. Bill's report covers who's going to be supervising it. It really bothers me every year when I get my taxes and I see what I have to pay as an individual homeowner into this watershed group, and then you people sit here and say, hey, it's your problem. It's not our problem. It's going to be everybody's problem. And when you keep ignoring that and not allowing proof, there is proof in the pudding, we're not saying we're going to eradicate it. We're going to help control it before it gets to be a problem that has to resort to a recreational problem. I don't know what a recreational problem is, but I'll tell you something. When my grandkids can't swim off of our beach, when I can't make a trip around that lake in my pontoon without stopping at least twice to clean my motor off of milfoil, that's a recreational problem. It wasn't that way 46 years ago when we moved in. It is now, and it keeps getting worse and worse and worse. And the Lake Association is attempting to do something about it to help, and all I'm hearing is, it's your problem, folks, unless it gets so bad that somebody can't drive a boat across the lake. Thank you.
Well, as far as doing anything as a watershed district, I need to remind you, we've done some pretty high-value projects that affect Comfort Lake and will affect them in the future as far as your water quality. So,
Yeah, I think actually.
and clarity.
I haven't said that you haven't, okay?
Well, you were complaining about,
No, I was making a
seeing your
statement.
tax
I wasn't
bill.
complaining. Making a statement.
Steve?
Yeah, this watershed, as I understand it, was set up primarily because of Comfort Lake being impaired. And so I've only been here 3 or 4 years. I think President Anderson's been here from the very beginning, so she knows very well how we all got started. So, you know, we can't spend money on everything. And so therefore, we try to use the taxpayers' money as best we can. And right now, we're in a very high, expensive stage of implementing, after all the studies we've done, we're implementing projects left and right, all the way up down the line, all the way from Moody Lake, Bone Lake, and that all benefits Comfort Lake. And you've already seen some improvement of the water quality. So I think if we take money and start spending more money on AIS, especially on Eurasian water milfoil, we'll have less money for projects. And so that's just a simple question of how we manage our priorities. And I think we're willing to work with you. I mean, and we've seen, I think Steve's seen more than anybody else, but the short time I've been around, I've seen a lot of history on Eurasian water milfoil, and it's just a tough problem, but it's usually tackled and maintained by the local groups. And if they have a problem in deeper public water, then you'll find a city or somebody else that might come in and help. And even we would be willing to help then, I think, if something's shut down, actually. But I think we just can't spend money on everything. So we have to set the line somewhere. So that's what we're trying to do. And we're willing to work with you. We'll pay for the delineation. I've already referred you to Clear Lake and the ideas of working with the city. I think you could pick up 5,000 from Wyoming very quickly if you spend a little time working with them. So, and then you're on your way. But Clear Lake has really been through this up and down, and they've tried every angle. And the DNR really leaned on them too, heavy, a couple times, and they weren't discouraged. They kept at it. So I think talking with those people would give you another perspective besides the utopia that's promised by Big Marine And utopia only comes true after a few more years, so we have to wait and see. We've tried their approach on Forest Lake, and we're losing the battle. We're losing it at a slower rate, but the curve is definitely up. We've got more last year than we ever had. We've kept it out of the lake too, mainly because it's a narrow opening, I think, and the wind kind of blows it up on the shore and not into the lake. But it's going to get there eventually, I think. So we're willing to work with you, but we can't do everything for you at this point in time.
Staff has a recommended action on our cover memo here, and I would entertain a motion to at least do this.
Absolutely.
Is that a motion?
I'll make a motion that we assist with grant applications and look for a replicated treatment protocol that we can get funded through grants and coordinated with our assistants.
And the wording is to help develop the replicated treatment protocol to send.
Assist to develop.
Yeah, assist.
So we've got-
Okay, so there's the motion as recommended by staff. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any further discussion? I just want to again say for the record that I don't agree with the positions that have been stated about AIS. I want to make that very clear. I do think we have a responsibility there, at the very least, to oversee the process and to make sure that it's done properly. The delineations are done with the assistance of the associations, and that the treatments are done by certified applicators as a result of that. So that's the point that I wanted to make clear. Is there anything else? Oh, Mike?
Madam President, so one of the things that I was interested from Mr. Kilty's presentation was a couple of, certainly I had some questions which the board has discussed, but the fact that, we have been looking at through Mr. McComas's studies on this nitrogen piece, and when you look at Bone Lake, the nitrogen the EWM locations are directly at the outlet areas of our main inlets from outside sources. So I would like to suggest that we modify the motion to include, not only to work with the Comfort Lake Association, but also the Bone Lake Association, to do something similar, because I think so again, when we talk about replicated efforts, if we really want to demonstrate that this is going to work, and to look at some of these other factors, scientific factors that we're interested in that nobody else is really doing, I think it'd be appropriate that we work with both lake associations to try to assisting both grant applications, but also making sure that that we can bring to the table some of the technical skills that the staff has in developing those grant applications.
Yes, Jen?
Madam President, by replicated, are you going to do like a control and what do you mean by replicated?
That would be, yes, thank you. That would be my intention, would be to, because one of the things that I frankly have difficulty with the big marine piece is the fact that they're just treating the whole thing and they're not leaving an area to see whether or not certain areas are, from an untreated standpoint, if they're responding any differently. So scientifically, it lacks any sort of clarity or provides the sort of the definition that we are looking from in terms of its level of improvement. So what I would think would be appropriate, as Manager Oknick asked me to clarify, is that we would work with the lake associations to, in fact, have some areas that would be treated and then untreated, but it would be a coordinated effort, and again, we would look at some grant applications. I think that the Initiative Foundation, based on their support for the big marine, I think, and the relationship that I have with its current director, I think that we could maybe try to get some funds from the Chisago side, but then for Bone Lake, we can go back to Washington County and ask them for something similar.
So I'll amend my motion to include the Bone Lake Association.
All right,
A second.
okay. Any further discussion or comments?
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
just, the board should vote on the amendment first and then vote on the amended motion.
Okay, so let's vote first on the addition of Bone Lake Association to the original motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, all those opposed? It's unanimous. And now let's vote on the amended, or the new motion, including Bone Lake Association. And is that clear on how to, or do you want us to restate the motion with Bone Lake?
You're good?
Okay. Let's restate it,
Okay.
just for the record.
All right, let me go back. All right. We would like to direct staff to work with the CLA and the Bone Lake Association to assist with grant applications as well as to develop a replicated treatment protocol, scientifically sound protocol, that may be considered by grant funders and/or to be coordinated with CLFLWD assistance.
Okay, that's the motion. It's been seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you
Thank you.
for your time. I know it wasn't
you.
the outcome that you wanted, but it's at least a step forward.
Got it. Just trash it.
Okay, I would like to take a 5-minute break right now, and bio break, and then we will return at 9:20. Okay, we're going to start the meeting, so thank you for coming. And if you want to continue your conversations, please go out in the hall. The guy in the plaid shirt in the back.
Where?
Yeah, exactly.
He left.
That's my husband. Okay, next item is the Blue Water Science 2019 agreement. Unless there's a discussion, I think we can move right to the
I think we should just make
Yeah.
the motion.
motion.
Okay.
Go ahead, Wayne.
I'll move to authorize administrator on advice of council to enter into an agreement with Blue Water Science in accordance with the January 15, 2019 services agreement and in an amount not to exceed $24,700. And authorize the administrator to request additional services from Blue Water Science not to exceed $2,470 to be compensated in accordance with the 2019 service agreement.
I'll second.
All right, Steve seconds. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Next item is Jeffers Foundation. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Mike.
Madam President and managers, so I just wanted to touch base with the board on this particular item and just get some staff direction. So as noted in the memo, I've had some conversations with Kurt Sparks and Jerry Gretner, both Citizen Advisory Committee members, but Mr. Sparks in particular has been very involved with the Big Sandy Institute and the Lake Association there in Big Sandy. So from that standpoint, then he was contacted by the Jeffers Foundation to learn a little bit more about that. And so it's led to some other conversations both between the Jeffers Foundation, himself, and then I have a personal connection with a couple of the board members for the Jeffers Foundation I've worked with in the past. So so I reached out to one of them, and we're planning to have a meeting, hopefully within the next week before Kurt leaves here. But so it's not for the district itself to, I do want to clarify this item, to develop a foundation, but that I would provide support to the community, whether it's through, with this, through this, the city and other the lake associations, et cetera. But to at least explore this possibility in partnership with the Jeffers Foundation. Because one of the things that the Jeffers Foundation wants to do that they have not done in past years is to actually develop partnerships to do more engagement. So I guess with that, I'll just take some questions, or else if you want to have any questions of Mr. Sparks, he's available in the audience as well.
I think maybe just an overview of the Jeffers Foundation, like you did to the CAC, I think that would be helpful.
Thank you. Kurt Sparks, 2093 Old Keywad Avenue. I've been involved in a lot of watershed stuff over the years. And Big Sandy Lake, we have a cabin there, and my wife's family's been there for over 100 years. I helped form the Lake Association in the 70s, helped them got started in their lake association. I was at the Pollution Control Agency at that time. They've grown, they've done a lot of really nice stuff. It's probably one of the best lake associations around. I think Forest Lake is another of the best associations out around also. And I think, I hope that we had some influence on that. But what has happened in my career is that I've found that it's really hard to change the attitudes of older people. They get set in their ways and they do things differently. But we can change the attitudes in our children, and they can grow with an understanding of the needs for protecting the environment, and particularly water resources. So I helped start the Big Sandy Foundation and the Big Sandy Water Institute, which is a program through the school district to summer program where they have had over 5,000 kids go through the program since it started, and they give a 3-week, everyday program of some element of the environment, water quality, zooplankton. They go out and collect turtle eggs and do all kinds of stuff. It's just, every year is something different. I've been pushing really hard the benefits of watershed and wetlands and things like that. So my involvement there, I mean, Aiken County's got 15,000 people in it, and most of them are very poor. In the summertime, they tripled in size with a lot of our lake people coming in, and we provide 80% of the revenue for the county. So we're very influential in the county in bringing about school district things and county things and stuff like that. So kind of a unique opportunity to work. Well, when we're talking about environmental education at that Citizens Advisory Committee, I just bring up, okay, here's something we're doing over here, here's something we did up in Lutzen, here's something we did in this area, and it's kind of starting to stick. So I think there's interest by the Citizens Advisory Committee to try and maybe introduce these ideas and then bring them to the point where it may be something that you would want to endorse and do. I mentioned the foundation. We have a water foundation. It's called the McGregor Lakes Area Foundation. I happen to chair that right now. And we raise money to support these programs because one of the things I've learned is if you don't have a continuous funding source for something and you're relying on all kinds of sources, one of them gives up, like the City of Forest Lake pulls out of the Forest Lake Watershed Management Organization, and you don't have an organization anymore. So what we're doing is we're creating an endowment fund where we perpetually fund the Water Institute and the school district's program. So all of that brought me to the district. The school district worked with Jeffers, and they told me about Jeffers, and I said, geez, that's really cool. And so I contacted them, and then I brought it to the Citizens Advisory Committee and found out that Mike knows these guys. And when these things happen where you have a connection here, and you have a connection here, and you have a connection here, all of a sudden, there's a reason for that. It happens for a reason. So Mike and I want to go talk to him and find out what I can do up at Big Sandy, what we could do down here, and just find out what they have going. And what they do is they fund environmental education. And they've got probably 40 different projects they've done. They had an endowment fund of some $40 million, and they have done some really, really neat things there. I'm just impressed at what they've done, and I want to learn from them what they did, how they did it. Can we bring that to our community? This is a bigger thing than just the district. This is a community thing. This is a county, multi-county. This is a multi-watershed district. This is a multi-community. This is a multi-school district. This is businesses. Businesses rely on what we have here. They should be willing to help fund these kinds of programs. So if we could put something together and make this a coordinated effort, that'd be pretty cool. So we're going to just start the process. If it goes somewhere, you'll hear more about it. And at some point in time, the Citizen Advisory Committee will say, it's your ball, let's do this. And if there's anything that we can do to help, we're here to do that.
Thank you, Kurt.
Thank you.
Very exciting and interesting, and obviously kind of an apex. We charge the CAC with taking over our education area and developing that, and this is very exciting. The only question I had in your memo, Mike, is about midway through, you're talking about this meeting that you're going to be doing, the next step with you, Kurt, and Jerry. Do you want a board appointee to be involved at this point?
I think we're still at the discovery
Okay.
phase, but I mean, if a board member wanted to participate, there would be no problem with that, of course. So, but I would leave that as
Okay, it's preliminary, that's fine, we can do it
Right.
later. That was my only question.
right, because I think at this point too, as Mr. Sparks noted, this is really a larger community piece. It's not really just the district.
Okay.
So,
So if there is consensus that we just follow the direction as recommended by staff, that the board provide direction for staff to continue participation in the development of a possible foundation as well as a community environmental education center. Is there consensus?
Yep.
All right,
Yes.
so that passes. Good luck, thank you. Next is the Citizen Advisory Committee appointments. And there are two names to add, Tom Fury and Douglas Toves? Taves, okay. And Doug is on Moody Lake, and Tom is on Bone Lake. And he is a seasonal homeowner. And so they've been attending the last several meetings, and we're excited to have them come forward. So if you'll add those two names to your list, crossing out Chris Mann and Melanie Castellano Swanson as recommended for non-attendance. And so the slate would be Jerry Gretner, Bruce Anderson, Sam Hathaway, Kurt Sparks, Douglas Toves. Did I say it right? Taves, thank you. Jack McKenzie, Tom Fury, and Randy Schumacher. Is there a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
For stepping forward. Next item is designation of official newspapers and banks. Pretty straightforward.
Yes.
Motion one, I'll make the motion to designate the official newspapers as Chisago County Press and Forest Lake Times for 2019.
I'll second.
Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Second motion.
I'll move to designate the First State Bank of Wyoming, Midwest One, and Lake Area Bank as the official financial repositories of the Comfort Lake, Forest Lake Watershed District for 2019.
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Next is the governance manual revisions. And we have the material that was sent out in the packet, and then there is an update on some things that I thought needed clarifying as part of our discussion. And,
I've got it here in red.
yeah, do you have that one? And what I think I'm going to recommend here is that we look at that addition, if you haven't had time to really look at it. Other than paragraph 4, it's a pretty, yeah.
I just didn't see the differences. I have the both printed out, and I was kind of diffing them
Yeah,
manually, so I think I've seen them enough. So I don't know if anyone else needs to, but.
okay. Because we could table it until the next meeting. There's nothing urgent about this, so if you want more time to review.
All right, I'll make a motion to table it.
Okay.
Except some of us won't be at the next meeting. I
You won't be there?
No, I'll miss the February meeting like I always miss it, so.
Oh, okay, well,
But I'll
wait.
be here for the March meeting.
We have to have a 2/3 vote, so,
I don't have an issue with it.
Well, I do have an issue with some of
okay,
it.
all right.
So-
Well, let's discuss then.
Now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, excuse me, we can't do that, because he made a motion to table. And there needs to be a second.
No, sorry.
Is there a second? No second. Okay, so, let's discuss.
Okay, I just had a question on the, I wasn't clear on how this administrative review committee would work. Are you talking about having two people? Basically, like we've done before, just send out the performance appraisal, come back, consolidate them and go forward. You're not talking about changing the forms and all that kind of stuff?
Well, we've been talking about changing the format for 2 years. and
Right,
didn't
we can
have
vote
enough-
on that.
and we didn't have enough time last year to tackle it, so that would be something that the committee would consider. We've got time now to consider options before we actually go through the process. And that would be brought to the board, obviously, for approval. But it's a committee that has to meet every year to go through this process. When you don't have, just like we talked about at the last meeting, when you don't have substantive changes like that, the meetings are really to go over the submission of each manager, and then to consolidate it. And one person obviously does the consolidation, but you need the other person to verify it and
I'm
qualify
okay
it.
with it then. I just
Yeah.
wanted to clarify that.
Yeah.
So, okay.
So nothing's changed on that from our last discussion.
So the next thing I wanted to talk about was the term necessary duties and what we might get reimbursed for, right? I think we've been just getting paid basically for one meeting. Now we're opening it up, I think, too fast for too much payment. That's my kind of view of this whole thing. And I'm okay for 1 and 2, but probably not for 4, for example.
Managers don't have to submit for reimbursement either, and
Okay.
I think has been the custom, you know?
Because this is different than just these meetings where we sort of automatically get submitted for them. These are things that you can choose to submit or not submit.
Correct.
Okay.
And that was the point, you know, we're having trouble, just like the outstate areas. This has typically come up at MOD, as I said last time, for a decade. And they're having trouble getting people to step forward. And so the enticement of actually getting paid for your time might encourage that. We've experienced that ourselves here, the last couple of openings. But again, people don't join boards like this to make money.
No, that's exactly what
And so we all, I'm sure, have hundreds of dollars of hours that could be submitted but haven't been. So this just formalizes it.
Okay. All right, the other questions I had was the liaison policy.
The what?
The liaison
Liaison,
policy,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
number 3. And I guess, I just feel like we're getting too much involvement in terms of having to go to all these meetings. That's how I feel about it right now. And I think, you know, like all these are good organizations, but I think we should probably go there with a specific intent. For example, if we had an issue with Forest Lake and we had to develop a relationship or something, we might have somebody go and work on that for 6 months, you know, like going to some of the meetings. But I think it should be issue-driven or objective-driven, not just to go and be there. And because I don't think we're going to get much out of it by just being there. And so that's why I guess I'm not for A. Let me look at the rest of these. The same would be the same with the city council meetings.
Well, we talked about this at our last meeting, and this is what we decided to move forward into a policy.
Right.
So if you're objecting to it now, after voting for it at the last meeting, you know, I can understand that. We can
I think
open it up again.
there's another example, I think I was brain dead at the last meeting, and that's why I got through.
Well, we're
Could be.
we're at risk of that again.
So,
tonight.
that's why we wanted to get it early.
Yeah.
So,
At the last meeting, I thought it was discussed that we didn't have to go to every meeting, but just make a showing
Yeah.
once in a while
Right.
or something,
Yeah,
right? Is that,
Yeah, try to do it 3 times a year.
And if the agenda was relevant to our
Pertinent.
discussions.
Yeah.
right. I think, I mean, I'll bring it up again. It's like, we're all volunteers here, and it's
Yep.
like, right now, I don't know when we're gonna get out of here, but probably
be a
not
new
before
record.
10.
Well,
So-
let's table this until the full board is back again, which
It'll
is
be
what,
in
March?
April or March.
All right, do that.
Yep.
Because this, you need time to look at the other things and.
I'll make a motion to table this.
Till March.
March.
I second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. All right, next is election of officers. And you have a memo that we can do it as a slate, we can do it individually, and we can do it in the order on column on the left or the order on the right, if it's individualized. And we've always done the one on the left, so that's what I'm going to suggest that we do.
Left.
So the first office is president. Anybody want it?
Well, I said at the last meeting that I have been avoiding more responsibility here, and I'm certainly willing to take on the role. I know, Jackie, you've been doing it for the last few years, and I know now you've got your mod board membership and you've got other things going on, and I'm,
Just say yes.
yes, I
All
would
right,
take it.
there we go. So John would like to be president. Anybody else? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Vice president.
Nobody wants.
I'll do that. You're going to be gone in February, right?
Yeah, really, there's
March, okay.
there's a continuity transition anyway, and
All
I
right.
need to work with you
Okay.
during the time, so that makes
Okay.
sense.
All right. Anybody mind that it's both Chisago County?
no.
We've had that before, so,
Yeah.
all right.
We're doing it now.
Yeah, we are. Treasurer?
I'll continue for another year unless somebody else has a strong interest in doing it.
Have no.
Okay. Did I vote?
We didn't
No,
vote
Okay, so
yet.
for Jackie Anderson as vice president, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and Steve Schmaltz for treasurer, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Secretary,
I'll do that till I'm gone.
when are you gone?
I don't have a definite date, but I
you want me to-
kinda told him, it doesn't matter, you can do it, or I can do it till I don't have a definite date yet. I know that I can go till about April or May.
Okay.
I can do it, and you can train me in.
Yeah, okay. That probably makes more sense,
Yeah.
and then you can do the assistant treasurer for 2 months, or 3 months. How's that sound?
Just keep an eye on this guy.
Yeah.
Good.
Hey, you saw a mistake I made last meeting, so.
Okay, so Jen,
Secretary.
no, her last,
Oaknick.
Nick, sorry.
Oaknick, until I get that down, I'm hesitant to say it, yes.
Think of tree.
For secretary. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Assistant Treasurer, Wayne Moe. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so we have a new slate. Should I continue through this meeting and then you take
Yeah.
over next time? Okay.
Well, in March.
March, yeah, that's right, in March, okay. All right, so the next is new accountant payroll docs. Mike?
Madam President, just as noted in the packet of this memo, so switching from Redpath over to Clifton Larson Allen, we would like the board to complete the items that were sent out. And if you need them electronically, there's fillable forms, or else we can get you another printed copies. But again, there would be private data, so we could assist with the transfer of that information and uploading it. They have a very secure site from that standpoint. But if you have any other questions, contact Jessica or myself.
Okay,
Is it electronic? Can you send it to us electronically? We can fill it out and then submit it to their site directly?
Yep, I can do that.
Fantastic.
Sure you have some instructions on it?
I'll send an email with the forms and then the instructions on how to
Okay,
submit it to them.
Perfect.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Holtman, I'm going to go backwards here just for a minute for clarification on the governance manual issue. You had told me that we had to do a notice, a separate notice on the bylaw amendment, so we can take care of that electronically?
Yes.
Okay. Some Robert's Rules of Order thing.
Okay.
It's just a technicality.
Well, that's why
Keeps-
Chuck knew about it.
Yeah, exactly.
But on that topic?
Yes.
just To be clear, is it the board's intent that the elected officers will commence beginning with March 1st? Or is there,
It's just that I'm going to be out of the office, so.
I mean, there should be clarity about who is what office at what time.
Oh, can take effect immediately.
Well, yeah, I think it always has. I mean, I'm going to serve out this meeting, of course, but it will be effective in January, so, with this meeting, so tomorrow, I guess.
I thought
Yeah.
there was a statement made that it would start after
was-
Manager Spence.
Well,
back.
No.
I think what we were talking about is that I will serve in that position next board meeting.
Board meeting.
I will chair the next board meeting,
As vice
basically.
president.
But he's the president as of tomorrow morning.
Right.
Midnight tonight,
Okay,
okay?
Well, I won't sleep at all tonight.
unless the meeting
Exactly.
hasn't ended
The
yet.
responsibility is heavy.
I know, I know. And I'll work with Mike and Jackie to do the
Yeah.
transition, even while I'm on vacation, and we'll work on all the things we normally work on, but
Yeah,
I just won't be local.
exactly.
Come and find me.
Okay, thank you for letting me go backwards there for a minute. Okay, next is the old business. First is the Woods on Comfort Lake Permit Amendment, 17-003.
I didn't see any issues with, is there anything to be concerned about? I mean, we're just moving the 4 lots that they don't, so I'll move that we approve amendment
Okay.
17-003 as presented.
I'll second.
Okay, I did have a couple of things that I just wanted to run by everybody to make sure that this is clear. We've had some issues with this particular development here, and I think this was the third alteration that we've done at his request. But on the back page of the actual permit that we're altering, in paragraph 3, this notice must be reviewed by the district before recording. Can we say that it is reviewed and approved by the district? Because if there's something in the notice that we don't like, we don't have the ability to change that if it's just a review.
Madam Chair, I think there's no harm in that.
Okay. So if we can just add that, okay. And then 4, again, the last sentence over to the right where it says paragraph 2 must be finally stabilized. and I'm wanting to add "and completely stabilized." Must be finally and completely.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
the reference to final stabilization refers back to paragraph 2, which basically defines what stabilization means, which is the 70% uniform density.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Is that like more better?
Yeah. Exactly. It's not completely, it's 70% is what it's already stated, so I'll take that one out. And then just a question on July 31st, 2019. Why are we giving that much time? Why not stabilize by June 30th? I mean, this guy should have been doing this all along. We should not even be at a state where we're waiting for stabilization.
On lots that are already supposed to be.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know, do we need to give him that much time?
I think that, my understanding of that is, the permit itself would require activity within the 14-day period. But if there was additional or new activity, then we would ask for that all to be stabilized by that endpoint.
Was that the date on the original? No, it was October 20th of 2018. Should have been stabilized at that point. So I just, again, this guy has stretched every limit that can be stretched in the process. And July 31st, I mean, nothing really grows in July. It's too hot. So the grass starts going into, the vegetation starts going into dormant stage. I went to Jack McKenzie's presentation, so I know that.
You know that.
And I just think that we should shorten that to June 30th.
Is there any downside to shortening it?
No,
Then
that's fine.
I would agree. I mean,
Okay?
give them a different point to shoot.
So we're adding reviewed and approved to the first paragraph, and we're changing the date to June 30th, 2019. So is that agreeable to you, John?
Yes.
Amend your, or change your motion?
Yeah, I'll change my motion.
Okay, and the second?
I'll second it.
Oh, we already had a second,
Oh,
that was
sorry.
Wayne.
Okay.
And you agreed, Wayne? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, next is board delegation of additional permitting authority.
Madam President, Manager, several months ago, Aaron Edison provided a fairly good summary detail of our permitting program and activity overall. And one of the questions then that the board asked us to return with was for their consideration in terms of the review process and considering risk and other factors, what might be some things beyond Rule 3, which is the erosion control, that might be delegated to the administrator for issuance versus bringing back to the board. So we tried to simplify it somewhat, but not necessarily maybe by a lot, but as staff, and I think they did a nice job of this optional worksheet for number 2, is that you could sort of pick and choose which item in there that, from the memo, that might be considered. And I think that for some of them, if there's any particular questions, district engineer, myself, or staff can answer those questions.
Well, personally, I'm not ready to give that up just yet. I mean, the last couple of permits that we've looked at, especially the last one on the shore of Comfort Lake, we had quite a bit of input that improved that permit. And there have been other examples like that, you know, the Comfort Oaks example. I mean, that's been an ongoing thing. And so I'm not quite ready yet to not see some of those things, because I think each board member has some valuable input in making that permit language better and the oversight. So I'd like to table this topic, and we can take it up at a future time.
I'm not opposed to tabling it.
All right, so that's my motion, to table it until future time.
Okay.
I'll second.
All those in favor say aye? Aye. Okay. Next is watershed-based funding update.
Madam President, managers, I just wanted to give you an update on this because after some discussions a year ago where there was some funding allocated through the Bowser Board from the legislature to the metro area for what they're terming watershed-based funding. And we had to have something to the state, to Bowser, for that grant by July 1st. So we went through an iteration of trying to meet every couple of weeks, and what it resulted in was everybody just deciding, okay, we're gonna, for Washington County, we're just gonna split it up between the 10 entities equally, and we got something around a little over $78,000 for that. But as you can see through the memo that I've provided here, that some of the summary of some of the recent meetings with Bowser and some of the other metro watershed districts, where they're really going with it is back to just this geographic area and some formula, and really absent of anything that I would consider to be really under the element of prioritized, targeted, and measurable. Their argument is that, well, each watershed district has their plan, and we know best, and we don't. So we're not gonna bother trying to replicate what Bowser was doing previously about ranking projects or doing anything. And so, so that seems to be the direction that this is going. And I kind of feel that, I mean, I know the board's position on this, and or at least I feel that I've been at least trying to communicate that that it is worth the effort to do the things that we've been doing from a fiscal management side. That as taxpayers, we feel that it's important to go through the prioritization using diagnostic monitoring and really identifying the cost-benefit analysis components that drive good projects. I'm not saying that other districts are not doing good projects, but I do not see that there's an underlying element as heavy as it is here in terms of trying to make sure that we're really focused on that. So, right or wrong, I just wanted to give you an update that that's seemingly where it's going. And I think that if, as I noted, if we really think about some of the calculated components, especially you can see the one, page 4, there's a graphic there where there's a lot, these 5 different formulas all include land area. That translates into a very small dollar amount for Comfort Lake Forest Lake.
We're the smallest of all, probably, aren't we?
Well, Browns Creek and ourselves and Middle St. Croix, I mean, those are all small geographic areas. But it's not really even that particular piece of it, but, because for us, if the projects were focused on a ranking prioritization in a metro or in a watershed base, which is supposedly the term, watershed based, then that we could work more on a coordinated basis, which I think the taxpayers would appreciate, to say, okay, maybe Lily Lake down in Stillwater. That's the most impaired water body, and it's got a great project ready to go. If we coordinated our funds and said, here, take care of that, now it's off the list.
Right.
But if you do it segmented in this manner, a dollar amount, like for 10,000 for a lot of the projects we're talking about, is not gonna get us very far. And we would have difficulty, in fact, finding projects where, I mean, it could support something, but it's
Right.
not necessarily gonna pay for a project by any means.
Not gonna do a project anymore. Do you have a sense for why the resistance to measurable outcomes? What, is it just, it's too much extra work and it's a pain in the neck and nobody wants to do it, or?
Well, I think there's maybe a couple different factors, is that, one, it's, I think a lot of entities were more scientists than we are fiscal managers. So that's
Yeah.
a component there. And so, and frankly, nobody has come forward with a framework that says this is what PTM should look like. I think we're trying to develop that here, and that's what some of my presentations have been over the last, year has been, focused on the Pareto principle and how we're effectively using that. And the cost differential of what it means not to do that. We're
Right.
talking about tens of billions of dollars.
Yeah.
So to achieve similar goals.
But that doesn't seem to be having any sway on the discussions, I'm assuming.
Well,
Yeah, not that I can see.
Okay.
have you seen the slide deck that Mark Dene put together, Capital Region, for, I think, one of these meetings, where the funding is going to come through watershed districts? Have you seen that? That was presented at the MOD meeting in January, early the 7th. when We had our MOD board meeting at Capital Region's office. But he presented a slide deck that had this new method of, not through counties, because they realized that that was not right.
Right.
There were some political issues that came up, as well as here in ours. And so they're going to have the watershed district in the new alignment, the one watershed, one plan alignment in the Huck area, be the receiver of the funds and allocate those out to the other entities. So we should get that slide deck from him, because it's a proposal apparently that's been presented to at least a small group of people.
Right, and I think it's largely still this piece on page 3, which carves out the larger drainage areas. But it's still beyond even that. It's really what happens when you get the funds, I guess, and how.
Well, I think, like you said, though, I mean, we've got a pretty good methodology that we've used for a number of years now. And when that tier system, that 1, 2, 3 tier system that we worked on, when that can go into action, that, I think, is going to make what we're doing clearer to the people in the other districts. I mean, that's an understandable way to measure a product, or a project, I mean, and to, if you've got 10 projects in front of you, and you can just tell them what the guidelines are, and what the measurements are, and it could be different in each of those organizations. You now have a very structured tier system that says, do these first, you're gonna get maximum benefit from that, go down to your tier 2s and your tier 3s. That's easy to implement for anyone.
I mean, if you can sell them on it, I mean, that's the thing, it's like,
Well, there's definitely some, I know several staff people at Bowser have been very supportive of what we've been doing, and have communicated to me that, they hope that I can articulate this, beyond the boundaries of the district here, in terms of what that really means, using both science and, really a business approach to watershed management.
Yeah, well, now we have another area. Well, we got 2, actually.
it just, yeah, I don't know, it seems to me if you've got like, I don't know how this all, you've been to the meetings and Jackie's been to some meetings, and I don't know how this one watershed, one plan all works, but
Steve's been to it.
it seems like you should be able to have a set of projects that are tiered, and like you said, it's like, okay, this one makes, it's like,
Yeah.
this is the biggest bang for our buck, it's gonna affect people downstream, and there should be some kind of group that votes on within the county, because it seems like that's what Bowser wants also, is they wanna see what the results are of their projects. They sure use like Moody Lake to publicize that what they're
Yeah.
doing is working,
Yeah.
so.
Well, I think, you know, this is an experiment on how to do it. They didn't want to come down from the top with this is what you must do. So each one of these one watershed, one plan groups comes up with their own methodology. And the goal is to make ours supreme. And so what I was going to say is that the MAUD board certainly gives a platform to promote that through all of the people, you know, in that committee. And then we also have our secret inside weapon here, who can promote that inside the agencies. I just wanted to also, Mike, ask if you had seen this January 4th letter from Frank Jewell from the Clean Water Council and also from the MPCA Commissioner and John Jaskey, the Bowser Executive Director. This was handed out at the MAUD board meeting. See all this inside info you're getting? And the first paragraph, you know, they're talking about, this is the 10-year anniversary of the Clean Water Fund. And we have accomplished much using a scientific, systematic, and programmatic approach to understanding the status of Minnesota's waters. But we have ambitious goals, and they're only reachable if we can accelerate the pace of progress. And then they go in and talk about using this data that's been collected over the last 10 years to accelerate the pace of implementation. So if you haven't seen this, I'll send you an electronic copy, because when I printed this, the last little sentence or two didn't print on the backside, so that you have it, and I think that would be helpful. But Mark Dene's slides they looked kind of like your pictures in this thing here. They weren't sophisticated at all, but they were outlining how that distribution through watershed districts would work. And so, at least to me, that sounded like a movement in the right direction. But your policy meeting is on Monday, the 28th of
Right.
January?
4 to
Yeah.
6,
I'm sorry, Tuesday?
Monday.
Oh, Monday, okay. Yeah, I'm going to, 4 to 6. I'm going to come as an observer, just so that I can, you know, stay abreast of the process. Because if you're gone 1 month, because they're going to start.
Yeah, I will
meeting
be gone
monthly.
the next meeting.
Yeah, then at least I'm up to speed when I sit in. Okay. So it's progressing along, and we'll keep watching it. Is that basically the conclusion, Mike?
Yeah, I think that,
Okay.
you know, it's just gonna keep.
But
marching.
it's going in the wrong direction, right, according to what we would
Well,
like to see? So,
I
mean,
think to
in term-
Manager Anderson's point, I mean, they're talking about distributing it on a watershed basis, but I guess what.
Through the watersheds, though.
Right.
Yeah.
But see, even on the one watershed, one plan piece, what there's still a lot of discussion of is this landscape scale. So, because if you're applying the economics of the Pareto principle, which we know is working very effectively for us, that 4 out of 5 projects that you could possibly identify, you would say the return on investment is not high enough that you would just set them aside. And you would look for that 1 out of 5 to work on. And I don't see that as an underlying focus of the full utilization of the clean water funds, which I think, in fact, as a taxpayer, I want to see myself implemented. And when we when we calculate it beyond the district here, we are literally talking about tens of billions of dollars difference.
No, I agree 100% with you, but I guess the question I have is, the people that run the Clean Water Fund want their money to be used just like you're talking about, effectively and efficiently, right? So if this is coming down to where that's not going to happen because it's communistic and everybody gets their fair share, which 80% of the people probably won't know how to use the money correctly, it's not going to accomplish what the Clean Water Fund wants. So shouldn't we be sending a letter or meeting personally with a couple people to say, this is the direction it's going, is that the direction you want it to go?
Well, I think that you will see on Monday, what the direction is that's going to come out of, or at least proposed direction for the one watershed, one plan piece, for the lower St. Croix.
Right.
And I think it'll again, so while there's a lot of talk, and of course, we're supposed to address this element of PTM, but what that really means and how it's defined, I mean, that's the nitty-gritty that, yes, should be somewhere along the line, but there's still a lot of talk about landscape scale efforts, which are,
Because
they're just not gonna get you there,
Yeah.
like,
But
at all.
that's the mindset of water conservation districts.
Well, it's
And
kind of,
Debbie knows. is.
it's been spoken though at high levels. I mean, there was a former deputy, at Bowser that used to say that same thing. I mean, that was, so, it's been advocated for many years across many levels. But at the same time, when we can see for the last 30-some years of the Farm Bill and everything else, you know, across the Midwest, the Mississippi Basin, we're going in the wrong direction when it comes to water quality. So there is not evidence that the landscape scale approach is working.
Well, there's clearly evidence of that, you know,
Right.
for years. And our focus and the way that we operate this district, we've always heard is different than others. And so we're involved in our little Huck group. And so it's our responsibility to push that successful platform forward.
Well, there's a lot of other watershed districts that have won a lot of grants also, so they must be doing the same thing we are
Not as
doing.
many as we have.
Well, I think they would have, otherwise they wouldn't have gotten the grants.
Dollar
Because
wise.
Bowser was very specific about who gets what grants,
Mm-hmm.
right, based upon the return on what you were spending.
That's not a component. They do not require that as a calculation or a part of their criteria.
Well, one thing I think too, that with the grants we've gotten, we've got very provable results on, I mean, we do post monitoring, so we can show that our grant dollars are working. There was a article, put out several months ago that one of the representatives was I mean, in that article, she was saying our lakes are going, you know, they're getting worse. And it's like, not in our district. In our district, the lakes are, for positive, getting better. We've got monitoring data that show that, and so it was kind of disappointing to hear that all that money is being put out there, but it's not improving things, because at least in this district, things are improving, so.
I didn't bring my state watershed map, part of our my first packet that I got. But anyway, if you look, you know, imagine the state of Minnesota. The watershed districts are from the northwest area down along the western border, and then some coming in just a little bit, you know, eastward in that southern area. And then it's clustered right in the metro area. That's it. So the rest of the state doesn't have watersheds. And so if you're up at the top and you're looking at what's happening as a statewide effort, you don't have any watersheds to direct anything through a majority of the state. And so my understanding is that they're trying to use the watershed principle of the 47 watersheds that exist, because some good work is being done, but there is a structural difference between how our district operates and other districts operate. And that structural difference in how we evaluate projects and implement projects is what I think just needs to have more voice at our meetings, and then also internally and through MAUD.
Well, it's possible in rural areas too that, whatever watershed districts are out there, it's possible that they have managers that are.
Thank you. There's the map, right there.
It's possible they have managers that have different interests than us. You know, I mean, some of them might be farmers, they might be agriculture, well, we all live on lakes.
And that's very
So,
true. Like, you
we're
know-
gonna have different priorities than,
Yeah, but you can use the same structure, though, for whatever assets you have in each district, because they can be applied consistently, no matter what the geography is.
But the goals of the 103B and 103C, or 103D are the same. Flood control, water quality, I mean, the outcomes that should be achieved, according to state statute, are similar, whether they go about them the same way or not, and whether they focus on the same way that we do. But we're not doing theoretically totally different things, but sometimes it probably looks like it, but.
Well, there's different focuses though, because
Right.
the assets are different, you
Right.
know, like Wayne was talking about. You've got river
Right.
systems.
Right.
You've got lake areas, you've got agricultural ditches and so forth that drain to rivers. So it's all different. But I think the other thing that hasn't been talked about a lot is in our group, our HUC group has all of that. But under 103D, we operated under that for 10 years. You can't do anything. There's just not enough money to do anything. And unless you have unanimous votes of the board, you can't proceed with a project. Nobody can afford to do it through petition because you have to subsidize it, with a bond.
Right, you have to
Nobody
bond
can-
it.
Nobody can do that. So I think that's a structural problem at the state that has to be changed to see more activity outstate, but, so we just keep plugging along, basically, is what's happening.
Keep up the fight, Mike.
Well, no, I mean, yeah.
Everybody.
The policy committee that Steve is appointed to, I'm the alternate, but it's barely met. I mean, every 5 months or so, or 6 months or something. So all of the work has been done by the staff people, administrators primarily, from all these different areas. And now the policy committee is involved to see what recommendations have come forward or structures have come forward. And they're going to start meeting monthly, starting next week.
Is
So-
that what this is? Is this a input to the policy committee?
No,
Or what?
that's input to Bowser for the allocation for watershed-based funding, which is just the metro.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay.
All right,
Anyway.
so that was just an update then, right?
Yes.
All right, next, report of staff, administrator.
Managers, I just want to get concurrence. We just had received the draft, 2018 lake monitoring summary for all the lakes. And I just want to make sure it's okay that we could also send the drafts out to all the lake associations, or I'm sure they would be interested in it. But again, we would want, it's not been scrubbed, because we know that there are always anomalies or maybe problems with data, or certain things, equipment that might throw a few numbers in there that we would want to remove. Sometimes they're known in advance, but they're still included in that.
Do we normally distribute it broadly once it's draft, or we usually wait?
We normally wait till it's an actual board meeting, so just even getting it now. But part of it is that we have now received it earlier than we have in the past. But we've also had a request from Bone Lake. I am speaking there Tuesday night, and they wanted data both on Bone Lake and on Moody Lake. So, which I intend to present to them, but I guess I just wanted to get some input from the board as to whether or not you think it's appropriate to release it beyond the walls of the district yet at this time.
Do you think telling people that it's a draft will help, or do you think will, I mean, you're the one who's probably gonna have to field the blowback from issues that come up.
I mean, statistically, it's probably, the numbers are probably not going to change any substantially, so they're such, but we just want everybody to know that the final report is yet to come.
Why not just use it at Bone Lake, and do you have another presentation scheduled with another lake association?
No, they asked, I don't think it's their annual meeting is maybe in the spring too, but they had asked several months ago if I could come to this meeting.
Yeah, I think it's fine to use the draft for that presentation, but not distribute it other places
Okay.
Well,
until the final's done.
If it's draft, can't you just take back the copies at the end of the meeting? I mean, I've been in plenty of meetings where this is draft information, you can look at it while I'm talking to you, and then hand it back to me so I can go back to that.
Or just do it via slide, and then you don't take it, you don't have anything to pull back. Yeah, that's a good idea, that's a good idea. I like that.
I just worry about multiple copies out there floating around. Right.
Yeah, that's to Jen's point, is
Okay.
don't let it, show it, but don't hand it out.
Yeah.
That's good.
Next item is just wondering, for February, our next meeting is the very last date, February 28th. Normally, the second meeting of the month would be the second Thursday, which is February 14th. I'm not sure if everybody wants to spend February 14th with the board and staff, but,
Yeah.
so.
Is there a need for us to have a second meeting in February?
No, but I know there was some discussion about maybe having a special meeting for the office needs or some things like that, and whether or not we could pick a different date, of course.
Well, I think we'll handle that, though, as a special meeting,
Right,
so if we're ready, we'll call it separate.
Right, that would-
Yeah,
right. Any meeting
Yeah.
would be a special meeting at this point.
yeah, exactly, because Steve and I and you will continue to meet on the building situation. There's a new location that we're looking at that became available, the Sears Building on Highway 8.
Oh, yeah.
So that's something we're looking at.
And finally, the last item, the State of the Watershed Annual Meeting. So we have the tour on Saturday, May 4th. And so that would be in the morning from 8 till noon, and whether or not you'd want to just roll right into that, or do it on an evening, which other entities would do something like this. And we're proposing either Tuesday, April 30th, or Thursday, May 2nd. And those would both be in the evening. And we're in communication with the Forest Hill Golf Club about having that event at that location, so they can see the new project we've done out there.
Will it be light enough to do that?
I missed the first one.
May
Right,
4th is the.
yes, it would be at that point.
tour.
We would start
In the morning, 8 to
probably
12.
6.
And the 30th.
Okay.
5:30 or
second
6.
For the state of the watershed.
May 4th, to do it after, that's a Saturday, right?
Correct.
So do it after that in the afternoon? Is that what you're saying?
Right, I'm not sure everybody wants to spend Saturday
No,
Yeah, I don't think so
night either.
either.
So that's why we also had suggested a couple weekdays in the
Yeah.
evening that
Yeah.
could
So-
separate it out, because it'd be
I
a long
think-
day otherwise.
April-
either the Tuesday or the Thursday,
What's the date?
30th,
The 30th?
or the 2nd, May 2nd.
No, I thought you had 2 dates in April.
Tuesday, April 30th, and Thursday, May 2nd.
Oh, okay,
Jessica's pulled up the calendar there.
okay, yeah.
Yeah.
It'd be the same, it'd be the week prior.
Yeah.
Or s- you know.
I kind of like April,
10 o'clock.
the April 30th date, I think.
Shoot for the Tuesday based on availability of the golf course.
Okay.
And if they're not available then see what the 2nd looks like.
Okay. Very good, thank you.
Makes sense.
I just had one question for you on 3004. Is the tier system being discussed during this framework discussion you're having?
Yes, very much so. I just had another meeting with UR staff to review that, and I've talked with the Chisago SWCD manager about this just a few days ago. So based on the grant application, because one of the things that when and this is where some of that, going back to the landscape scale doesn't work, is one of the things that's still ranked out high. Remember that one field that was $124,000 to address? It was the number one that went through the subwatershed analysis. So it didn't rank quite as high, but it's still in that mix for us, but when you look at it more closely in terms of the ranking and the calculations and what are the assumptions that went into the modeling piece of it, that's what I really wanted to look at. How did it get there? So it's basically drains directly into a large wetland complex, which is then goes through Fourth Lake and then comes down to Moody. So it's still, ranked high enough. But there's two things of interest there that I think is important. When sometimes, I think along the way, we had a math teacher that said, does the answer look right? And here's the case where then, when you look at it, $124,000, well, we could almost buy that piece of property for that kind of money, let alone do a project in there that's gonna last, that's at least from an engineering standpoint, would be estimated to last 10 years. But it was a function also of the activities of the landowner themselves, what had done. So we could again look at renting it, or just simply have a conversation and say, your activity has had this impact. And then limit the funds, because then it goes to this question of what's the cost per unit that we find palatable. We would not spend $124,000 on it.
Wouldn't meet our ranking.
Right, and so then, but I mean, it ranks because of some of the assumptions within the model,
Okay.
so.
And
Yes,
then-
we're challenged because we're trying to do,
Yeah.
come up with a program that fits the watershed-based money that we're trying to use for we're planning to use for the Castlewood Golf area, drainage area, that ag field that we're renting, and then also for the district-wide ag cost share program, plus the money that we got from Clean Water Fund for doing the Bone and Moody Lake ag BMP stuff, prioritization, so. It's coming together though.
All right. The other thing attached to your administrative report, of course, is the permit report. I don't think we have to go through that. But this summary of board direction, I think it's time to clean this up. There's an awful lot of yeses there, whys. So if you can just get rid of those, and there's what, 3, 4, 5 in progress that are still open. And so that can be, I guess there's 2 on the back too, so 7. Good night. Thank you.
Thanks.
So there's 7 items, so if you can clean that up before the next meeting, we don't need to be looking at things that have already been done.
Madam President, if I may just clarify on that, so the yes items you see are items that at the last meeting were marked as incomplete or in progress. So a yes item is only shown for one meeting, and after it's been presented, it's then hidden from the list.
Gotcha.
So you'll see these just this meeting, and they'll be
Okay.
hidden for the next one, and you'll see yeses for whatever is marked.
Perfect, thank you for
In
that
progress.
clarification. Okay, next is EOR.
Madam President and managers, just a couple of quick things. The Shields Lake reuse system, as reported at the last meeting, the bulk of that project is done, but there's still a few things going on. Just in the last couple of weeks, they installed some of the valves, so there's a manual shut-off valve and then also automated controlled valve on that pipe that goes between the 2 ponds. So those were just recently installed, and then in the next couple of weeks here, I think they're gonna get the kind of the electronic controls, start installing some of that. So just wanted to let you know that there is still a little bit of work going on with that. And then the Castlewood and Hayward assessments, we're wrapping those up and hoping to have those at the February meeting for your review. So
Thank you. Smith Partners, any new laws we should know about?
Nothing, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, now I'm worried.
It keeps me up at night. Report of treasurer.
Did we want to change this? Actions from the last meeting? Mike, did you want to, before we get into the treasurer's report?
Yes, Madam President, managers. So, I think as Manager Smalls was alluding to earlier in the meeting, so,
Is it on your memo for the admin report? Is that where?
correct, approval of bills and treasurer's report, right?
Oh, yes, okay. All right, I'm going to move to amend my December 13th, 2018 motion to read as follows. I move to accept the treasurer's report and pay the bills in the amount of $178,860.03.
Do I have to second it?
Somebody does.
It looks like, okay, second.
All right, it's been made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Passes. Thank you.
Okay, treasurer's report?
Yep.
Okay, so for December, we had $572,685 of income, and that's 92% of that number was from the levies that we received for the second half. That's why it's so large. Expense-wise, we have expenses for the month of $185,638.50. Before we asked to have that approved, I had one question, Mike, that I wanted to ask you. I'm sorry I didn't get it to you beforehand, but on the December report, we're about 500,000 below grants we expect to get. We haven't got about $500,000, and our projects are only at 60% of the budgeted amount. Is that because we're still waiting for some Shields building coming in, or not?
Correct, you just paid, well, you will pay some of it in the motion right
Okay, so
now.
that'll level out then by the next time, is it?
It'll be a lot better, but there were two factors. One is, right, we haven't paid for any of the Shields work yet.
Okay,
And there was also the fact that it came in favorable.
under budget by a couple 100,000.
Right,
Okay,
you know,
okay.
so-
I just want to check, because it looks pretty bad right now, the way it is, so.
You're talking about
Well-
the project line item under expenses? Yeah, I noted that too, but how about the delay in funding under revenue? We're under our expected,
That's because of the grants.
okay, so
And the
that's,
grants are because we haven't pulled our grants in yet to pay for the
Okay.
expenses.
Right, well, you have to, right, you get the first half allocation upon the execution of the grant, and then you spend that money, then after that, it's on a reimbursement basis.
Right.
So then once you submit it, then you get reimbursed for those funds.
So will that be on this year's statement, income statement? or
It'll be
not?
2019, it won't be 2018 anymore.
Okay.
it will be?
It will not be.
No. You better talk to the auditor about how to represent that. Maybe footnote it or something. It's gonna look really weird on our,
Well, it's going to look bad, because it looks like we underdid our projects. We
Yeah.
underachieved what we were supposed to do.
unless it's.
That's why I raised the question, because it looks so bad,
Right, so
60%.
there is a section in the audit which I provide to the auditor to explain any irregularities of that nature.
But the work was done in 18, right? You should be able to accrue for that within the first 2 weeks of the year, or the months of the year. So that's what way we did it before at 3M. So if it's work's been done, if it's been done in 18, you don't want to pay for it out of $19. That's even worse, in my opinion, but.
Well, we will, as long as we get all the bills before the end of February, and whatever we pay will be paid against, will be part of the 2018.
Okay, that's what I asked you, so that will happen then,
Right, for as far as payment,
Payment,
payment.
but.
But not credited against the 18 statement?
it won't show up on the statement that way.
The revenue won't be.
Doesn't
The
make
revenue
any
will
sense.
not.
So we'll have extra revenue in 2019, then.
Right. All right,
We'll be over.
it's getting late.
So we'll have to explain that, too.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so back to the treasurer's report. I'm asking the board to approve a payment of $185,638.50 of expenses for this month.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Bills have been paid. Report of officers and managers.
Madam President,
Start with you, Jen.
I did a little bit of poking with my rusty memory of which particular stream we were looking at. So the last meeting we were talking about the location of the Sunrise Headwaters and which organizations recognized what we believe to be true. I got schooled on all the different organizations that hold those names. So I guess I would like a little bit more direction on, like a particular AUID number and the information that we have on it, and I can dig a little bit more. I mean, the overall lesson is that the DNR area hydrologist is going to be the one that's going to be working with us to make sure that what we know to be the headwaters is what they have on file. And then from there, it would go to a national database. So any more information I can get on that would be helpful.
Okay. Well, I think that really is something that EOR should be charged with.
Great.
Because there actually are 3 points, up by Moody Lake, north of Moody. Goes through Moody, comes through Bone, and then comes out, and that's the Sunrise River right there, going through
Okay.
Birch and School. And then we have Sunrise River now in JD6, and then we have the Sunrise River coming out of the Bixby Park area.
Okay.
You know, and that starts beyond the Menards, somewhere over in that area. So, you know, those are the 3 points of the Sunrise River, and they're all labeled that way on different maps. So, you know, it's really, I think, something that we talked about at the last meeting, is that as we're doing this Sunrise River project, that, and the JD6, that we should have some coordination with whatever agency it is, so that we can get that Sunrise River defined. There's probably more money to come in through some river fund somewhere. So the more work we can do there, I think we just open up another cadre of funding.
Okay, so what I learned was that we need to make sure that we have plenty of supporting information and work with the area.
Yeah, yeah, I think that's great.
Okay.
I think maybe you should work with EOR and Mike on that too. Mike, you got your hand up, or are you waving to me?
So, no.
All right, Mike?
Manager Oaknick had inquired about this earlier today, and so I asked Emily to take a quick look at it, and she's pretty much has summarized to me at least what I had previously known, is that, I mean, from the DNR standpoint, they just look at public waters, and that's a listing of whatever they would have. And we just went through a lot of this through the buffer initiative, you know, statewide.
Oh, sure.
And so, and that was where we also were surprised to find out that they had taken the old, what was JD 1 and 2, they've actually taken it off the public waters list, but yet we still call it the Sunrise River. And even more complicated is that they officially considered, the DNR does, that in their listing, that the headwaters is the outlet of Forest Lake. However, I also know from past experience that, having been involved with the official processing of designating and naming a water feature, in this particular case, a stream, is that it's quite involved. It has to go through a county resolution, and then there's a state, like, naming office, which is actually held within the DNR, and then it goes to a national office under the U.S. Geological Survey, which kind of makes sense. And that's typically a 2-year process to get something named. And it's not done lightly, and there's a lot of criteria that goes with it. So it's really a matter of what is the board's interest of wanting to know or to designate. You know, Google Map has it as being on the south side of Third Lake. They seem to be pretty accurate with that, and I think if I went past the DNR's public water piece and went to the naming section, I could probably find that in fact is one location where they've named it as the headwaters of the Sunrise. Whether some of the other ones are or not.
Yeah, NDH did.
Okay, so, yeah, so.
Well, we
yeah.
have this big
There's
river.
the north branch and the south branch, right, of the Sunrise River?
Well, I think that's when you go further up in Wyoming and.
Well, yeah, I think up by North
Carlos
Branch is
Avery and
up-
stuff like that.
yeah.
Yeah. The point is that we've got this river that clearly starts here. It looks like it has 3 legs on different maps that you look at. And just as we're doing all this work, we should get some clarity on what exactly is and where is that. Again, I'm quite certain that we could find money nationally and through other funds that we're not aware of,
Well,
even
there
in
was
state.
some, I came across something once, that the wording was to offer assistance to contributing water bodies to the National Scenic Riverways. So, but I
Well, there
haven't
you
been
go.
able to find it.
See, well, that makes sense, because, you know, we all flow into the St. Croix, so, yeah, that makes sense. So
Okay,
anyway, our engineer's aware of it, Mike's aware of it.
We will add it to our
Yeah, Jen,
summary
can you
of
have it?
board direction.
Well, it should be part of the reports that we're doing.
Are we going to
Because
decide where we
we're-
want to put the next Itasca State Park?
We're looking at inputs.
JD6.
Anyway, do you have anything?
Yes, you wanted me to, well, pass this out. We had a meeting with Pat Casey.
Yes.
Pat Casey's a new administrator for Forest Lake. As you also know, we have a new mayor and 3 new council members, so it's kind of like starting all over with a new clean slate of people. So we met with Pat Casey, Jerry and I did, from the Lake Association, not as the watershed. And bottom line is, he's gonna be really good to work with. He is very pro-capital plan, so hopefully we'll be able to get a capital plan that we've been looking for. He's also pro-sewer.
What?
Sewer, storm sewer,
Mapping?
and elevations especially. He says, how can you operate without the elevations?
That's a really good question.
We've only been saying that for 20 years.
So time will tell.
Oh, we're too excited. We're
But
too
what we
excited.
did is we put together an outline with a lot of proof points that we went through in detail with him. So President Anderson asked me to pass this out to you because it's a good frame of reference as I was talking to Comfort Lake, of kind of a model to work from when you're trying to influence the city and that kind of stuff. So anyway. that's
Yeah,
all
I thought
have.
this was excellent, so good job.
A lot of work, I
And-
mean, we put a lot of work into it,
Sure.
but we have to meet with now the new council members and the mayor the same way, one-on-one, and
Yep.
take them through the whole story, so everybody's looking at the same fact sheet.
Yeah.
So that way you have much better alignment, otherwise you're fighting all the time.
Exactly.
Sure.
Working with Scandia, City Council Wyoming,
Yeah.
for us.
Yeah.
We customize it, but it's a
Yeah.
great framework, so thank you for that.
Okay.
John,
Nothing.
did I ask you, Wayne? Yes, I did.
No, I
Okay.
think I won the challenge, though. I said 10:45.
Woo-hoo, I think you're gonna make it. Just real quickly, there's a mod meeting on Monday, or Tuesday, 7 to 9, it's in the evening. So just wanna make sure people
Mod?
know about that. I'm going to go. Are you gonna go?
I can't go,
You
I
can't
got
go?
too much.
Okay.
I'm gonna be gone this weekend.
Anybody that
It's-
wants to go?
There's an early tour of their new
Yeah.
building at 6 PM.
It's pretty fabulous. I saw it, that's where we met for a mod
Oh.
meeting. It's really, really nice. Also, the legislative day, day at the Capitol is going to be the 20th and 21st of February.
I won't be there.
Okay, I'll be there. And I'm working with Emily and Ray Bond to get better communication out on our legislative agenda items. So that's in the early stages, but hopefully something will be coming out here in the next couple of weeks before that meeting. So anybody attending is prepared to discuss our priority items with their representatives.
Okay.
That'll be a first, so happy about that.
That'd be nice.
And then there is a Zebra Mussel and Starry Stonewort training session at Bar Engineering.
I'm going to that.
Yeah, I saw that, and I am too, registered, so anybody else, I just want to make sure. That is
February
Wednesday,
6th.
February 6th, 2 to 4?
We'll be getting ready to hit the road.
Okay. All right. And I think that is it.
I had one thing I forgot.
Yes.
I wanted to thank President Anderson for the great work she did on Jerry's letter, especially for writing it. She wrote that herself. I thought it was very, very well done.
Thank
And I think the whole thing came off very well, so thank you, President Anderson.
You're welcome.
Nice
Thank you.
work.
Thank you.
Pleasure. It was good working with him all these years too, as we said, so. I think we are done.
I'll make a motion, we adjourn.
I'll second.
All those in favor? Aye. I almost said no. Just for kicks.